What is up, everybody? Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Eddings producing today's show. You out there, how you feel, all? Flyers win last night, 3 in a row. The Flyers do just enough to tick you off, right? They do just enough to be like, hey, that was a fun game last night. We're going to talk about what that game meant. Kevin Durso in 29 minutes from now. We've got Phillies afternoon baseball, as we do all month of March. They're in action today. Interesting little takeaway from the Phillies game today. We'll get into that. Plus, an interesting takeaway from USA Baseball, who has their lineup out today. And the Phillies have 2 players that play for Team USA that are in the lineup today. And it's an interesting lineup, the way that they situated the USA lineup. That's a 3 o'clock start today. They've got Bryce Harper hitting 2 and Kyle Schwarber hitting 4. So it's something we're going to talk about throughout the day today on the Sports Bash. Frank Klose has his first mailbag. Year 11 of the mailbag with Frank Klose. And he joins us at 3. Going to talk some Sixers. They play the Spurs tonight. No Joel Embiid, and it has been announced earlier that Kelly Oubre will not play tonight. He's ill. Adam Aaronson from Philly Voice. I think Adam Aaronson is quickly becoming one of my favorite Sixers follows. He's at Sixers Adam on Twitter, so if you want to follow him, he's really good, and we're going to keep adding him to the show along with all our other Sixers coverage. Adam Caplan, football at 4 today. We got a little free agent preview on the Birds. The Nuggets are today, of course, in the 4 o'clock hour. That's what's happening today on the show. I got the White Horse RV text board open, as always, 609-403-0973. So I was watching the Flyers game last night, and I told you at the end of the show, Josh, that I had a Flyers take. Mm-hmm. And then you said, could the game change my take? And I said, maybe. Well, wouldn't you know, the guy my take was about scores the game-winning goal. Well, it was he scored in the shootout.
Which ended up being the
game winner
for the
right.
Flyers. Right.
Zegras. Now, Trevor Zegras was my take.
Okay.
And I know the Flyers have not played in a while. You know, they just came back from this break, and it's been a long break, so they do not have a lot of games in the month of February. But in the last 2 months, Zegras has, I think, like 11 points throughout the month of February and January.
Combined.
So since the calendar flipped to 2026, I think he has 11 points. Am I right about that number?
He had 8 points in the month of January. He had 4 last month.
So he had 12 points. Okay, I said 11, it's 12.
Same difference.
Right.
You're basically still making the point exists that he is not delivered in 2026.
Well, he was a hot name, and he was like a reason that you were kind of like, hey, they got the Zegras guy, and that was a nice trade, and it's, you know, a guy they really found, and yada, yada, yada. And then all of a sudden I said to myself the other day, as I'm now getting into kind of Flyers mode, once the calendar flips to March is when I kind of get a little bit more into my Flyers mode here. And I'm thinking, you know, because the last time I watched a game that was like intently, I remember it because I was watching at Anglesey Aleworks down in Wildwood. My girlfriend's parents were in town, and it was right after the New Year, or right before the New Year. It's like
they were on that road trip.
Yeah, it was like late. They were playing the Islanders. It was an afternoon game.
Okay.
And Zegras, I believe, in that game may have scored a overtime shootout goal to win that game as well. I heard last night during the broadcast that he is like the top shootout scorer in NHL history.
Yeah, he's at one of the highest accuracies
Crazy.
in NHL history.
So,
like his conversion rate, basically.
And that's the last time I was like kind of intently like watching them play.
So it's been a while.
It's been a while. Well, I mean, keep in mind, they have been off for the whole month of February, just like me.
Right. That's why, for those who are wondering, why does Zegras only have so many points in February? Well, they didn't play most of them.
They didn't play much. But that being said, he had double-digit points in every other month except for
January.
And then February he didn't do much as well. So I guess my question really was, is Trevor Zegras a guy that we should be excited about? Like, it seemed that you're like early in the year when this team was playing really well, you were excited about him. Now it's like, should I have the same excitement about this guy? Like, is he a guy that you're like, hey, this season has kind of gone off the rails a little bit, but we got this guy. And that's been one of my big problems with this Flyers team. And it's something that a lot of people, like, all of a sudden they've won 3 straight. Next thing you know, now they're only 6 points out of the playoff berth, which a couple days ago it looked like they were a long shot. And look, they're still pretty long shot to make the playoffs here, but all of a sudden they have like a pulse at least. But one of the problems we've had with this team is they're bad, but they're not bad enough. And because they haven't made the playoffs for 5 years, going on 6 years, my biggest problem has been they have nothing to show for being bad. They're stuck on the hamster wheel of mediocrity. And then winning 3 games in a row, they're probably not going to make the playoffs, but those 3 wins continue to hurt their draft stock. Right. And I'm not asking, like, hey, has this team moved in the right direction, or are they – but that was one of the big takeaways for me is, what do they have to show for being mediocre and bad? And Zegras was one guy you were hoping for, and then all of a sudden he kind of dissipated. And I'm wondering, like, what's he? Is he a second-line guy? I mean, obviously, you look at his numbers, I mean, he's just an average guy right now. And he was a guy we were pretty excited about. So I'm wondering, for the people who watch a lot more hockey than I do,
how do they feel?
Do you agree with my take on Zegras?
I don't agree for this reason. You know, hockey's a sport where guys can have up and downs, and for him to have a down January, to me, was more of a reflection of the whole team.
But here's my problem.
Ran out of gas.
Okay, this is my problem. The Flyers have perpetually had a bunch of guys who were like in the 20 to 30 goal range. They got a bunch of those guys. They've always had the guy that can score 20 goals,
right,
30 goals. But they can never get the guy that can score 40 or 50 goals, right? That's been the guy that's eluded them. So Zegras feels like he's another one in the long line of Travis Konechny's and Scott Lawton's and these guys who are good players, but they're just good players. It felt like maybe Zegras can bust through the wall to be better than a good player. And
he
now,
has that potential, yes.
Okay, but he has that potential. But is he just going to be another good player? And being a good player is not bad, but it's like the Flyers have a lot of good players, and that's been their problem. They always have a lot of good players, but no great players.
So
am I off base with what I'm saying?
You're not fully off. Okay, I'm not gonna throw you under the bus, but I will say that your criticism needs to be measured in 2 ways. One, it doesn't matter how good an individual player is in hockey if the rest of the team is not also a certain quality. They're kind of useless. Like, there were years that Ovechkin was scoring 40, 50 goals with the Capitals, but the rest of the team was garbage, so they didn't do anything. You know, look at Connor Bedard. His first years with the Blackhawks, he was getting murdered because the rest of his team was you, me, and Dupree. So at the
good
end
reference.
Thanks. So at the end of the day, you know, Zegras is only going to be so productive because the Flyers' larger problem is, to your earlier point, that they're kind of on the hamster wheel of mediocrity.
But so they're on the hamster wheel of mediocrity because they're mediocre talent. They only have good players. They don't have anybody who profiles as a great player.
But for example, look at a team like, just to use an example, okay, the Buffalo Sabres. The Buffalo Sabres have one really great player, and the rest of the team are basically Flyers players. But because the whole roster is above average to good players, it makes it so that elite player, Tage Thompson, looks like he's not alone on the ice. The problem with the Flyers is that you have, I would say personally, people might disagree with me at 609-403-0973, they have 3 players who are very good, and the rest of the roster is average or below average. And to me, and I was complaining about this on Saturday when hanging with Hennick here on 97.3 ESPN, until this team invests in a better defensive lineman group, it doesn't matter what the rest of the team is. Their defensemen are probably the most mediocre in all of hockey.
That's true, but also their offensive players seeming to be a large group of mediocre players, which is what they've had. And this goes back to the Giroux years. Like, Giroux was a good player, probably a very good player.
But they never gave him more to work with.
They've never had a guy that could score, that just flat out could score. The guy that could just score, snipe, score at pretty much will.
They haven't had that in 25 years.
No. And I'm not suggesting that Zegras has to be that guy. It just felt like, hey, man, they found this young guy who was supposed to be a star, and he didn't like where he was in Anaheim, and then you got lucky with him. Mm-hmm. He didn't want to be there, and he got his way out, and you're the one that prospered from this. And I don't know. It kind of feels like it's not going that way. Because I was hoping that, man, maybe they just kind of were finally, for once, the team that lucked out, that one man's trash is another man's treasure, and you're the one that got him. He didn't want to be in Anaheim. He wanted to come back to the Northeast, and you were the one that prospered from some guy who just didn't want to be in the miserable spot that he was, and kudos to you for making that trade. And I can't even seemingly give him credit for that.
Well, I think because what you're doing is you're saying, I'm still looking for the guy who scores 40 goals.
Yeah, and look,
and what you're
is
saying
Michkov that guy?
Well, that's what he's supposed to be when he hits that point.
Exactly, but I'm saying, is Michkov that guy? Doesn't seem like he's a 40-goal scorer.
But again, the problem is, even if he is a 40-game scorer, if the rest of the team is only scoring 15, it doesn't matter.
I get that, but if you have one guy that scores 40, and then Konechny can be the guy that scores 20, and Tippett can be the guy that scores 25, and you have some other guys who. But the problem is they have a bunch of guys that all they do is score 20. Yes,
right.
It's like they had it's like the Giroux era. Giroux, his problem was he was a 25 to 30 goal scorer. He wasn't a 40 to 50 goal scorer. He was the big assist guy.
Right.
He dropped a lot, but all the guys they've ever had, Konechny, Lawton, who they just traded last year, Couturier, none
Wayne
of these
Simmons.
guys, but their best, yes, Wayne
Voracek.
Simmons, all of those guys, they're all good players,
but they're not,
none of them were great players.
Exactly.
And if one of the guys in the group could be the one that jets out, then the other guys can be 20-goal scorers.
And I go back to roster construction. I like what you said earlier very much about how this is a team that's on the hamster wheel of mediocrity, because for the last 20-some years, Flyers teams have been built on having players who are above average or good. They're not building teams that have great players. And that's why they're stuck in this cycle of whatever you want to call it, because of the fact that, cycle of nothingness, the abyss.
I don't even know what to make of this team right now. Like, you're at the point where they won 3 games in a row, and you probably should be disappointed by that. Like, let's ask this question. Do we really want the Flyers to even make the playoffs at this point?
Does it matter?
Probably not. It's a good answer to the question. Does it matter? They haven't made the playoffs in 5 years, and there's probably, other than Martone, there's not one guy you're excited about from the 5 years of ineptitude.
No, because one, Michkov came over early, so your anticipation for him is already gone. It's like when Dario Saric came over for the Sixers. Remember, we were all excited about it. Dario's coming, and then he got here. You're like, and Dario's here. Like, I'm not saying Michkov is Dario Saric. Don't get me wrong. I think he's much better than that. But my point is that there's no anticipation coming anymore. You're only anticipating one more guy.
609-403-0973 on the Whitehorse RV text board. Somebody talked about Michkov. Says, I think Michkov isn't the goal scorer we were expecting. I think his cap is 30, but can he get 75 to 90s if he reaches his potential in terms of points? There's a case in point. People thought Michkov could come over and be that 40 to 50 goal scorer. It appears that he probably isn't that kind of guy. Mike, Flyers have lacked for a long time. 1, an elite scorer. 2, a solid defenseman. 3, they haven't had a goalie that can win them a game in forever. All 3 of those things are accurate, yes. Every defenseman that looked like they might be something. You had Gostisbehere, but he was more of an offensive-minded defenseman.
Provorov.
Then you had Provorov. He was good for like a year or two. Then he kind of fizzled out. Of course, Pronger was here, and then he got hurt. That guy's text is right. They have never had an elite scorer, really, since going back to what, Lindros?
Well, I would go Leclerc. Leclerc had a bunch of 40, 50-goal seasons. To me, that's who I always think of when I think of scoring. Guys like him, Mark Recchi. But the problem is that in the years since, every time you had a good guy, the Brières of the world, the Jeff Carters, they were never elite scorers. They were just very good scorers.
And my entire life with this organization and this team has been filled with the 25 to 40 goal scorer and not the 40 to 60 goal scorer.
Right.
You just have never been able to get the guy that could just be the difference maker. And, I guess that's what separates them from being just a middling, mediocre team to maybe getting to that next level is when can they find that guy that could put the biscuit in the basket. Like you talk about Brière's best season in Philadelphia, he scored 34 goals. You take that from any one of these guys right now.
But the problem is the 34 goals on this team is not going to make you a championship contender because the rest of the team is so meh.
No, but it goes back to it's not that the rest of the team the rest of the team is meh is a fine word. The rest of the team is just good, not great. And I don't know, and we're going to talk to Durso about this coming up in about 15 minutes from now. I don't know where and how this team gets to that next level with what they're doing right now. It sucks to say you win 3 games in a row and it's no help. Winning 3 games in a row doesn't actually help you. It hurts you. They are 6th in the Metropolitan right now, so they're not getting in the playoffs by winning one of the 3 spots in the Metro. They are currently 8 points behind the Islanders for an automatic playoff berth. So their best road to a playoff berth is catching Boston, who has at 71 points. You are at 67. So you do have a shot. I guess you're 4 behind them? What did I say, 6 before?
I think it's 4, yeah.
So the fact that you won last night, it went from 6 to 4 because you got the 2 points. So you're only 4 points behind Boston for that second playoff spot. Now, to do that, you're going to have to jump over Columbus and Washington, but it's doable. So would you rather the team be a wild card, the second wild card, and make the playoffs? Or is this team better suited to be mediocre, stuck in the middle, and not really have a great draft pick?
Well, the problem is the draft pick thing is hockey is so different, whereas these guys take time to develop. Unless you're what's his name, Celebrini of the Sharks, you're not coming in and making an impact in a very quick way. I want to pull up a specific draft, okay? This is part of the reason why the Flyers are in the predicament they're in, okay, Mike? So if you go back to the 2020 NHL draft, okay, that year the Flyers took Tyson Forrester, 23rd overall. Now your reaction might be, well, of course they didn't get a great player at 23rd overall. There were multiple players taken after Forrester who are studs. From Jack Neighbors to John Jason Peters to that kid Will Cully, who's the only good player for the Rangers right now. There are studs that were taken in that draft after Tyson Forrester, but you took Forrester. And there's numerous examples where the Flyers take a guy and then there's a better player taken after him.
To be fair, Forrester actually got off to a good start this year and then he got hurt.
But my point is that the Flyers draft history in the last decade is full of, outside of Mishkov, I took a guy, but the guy who was taken later would have been a better guy. And part of the reason why you're in this predicament is when you got the high draft pick, when you got the quality first-round pick, you took the wrong guy.
609-403-0973, the White Horse RV text board. Robbie in Little Egg Harbor says it does not really matter if the Flyers make the playoffs. I do not want to see them lose in the first round. They need a goalie bad. I would say this, Robbie, if you said they need a goalie bad, that would be accurate in 30 of the last 30 seasons. This year, the one of the actual bright spots has been the goalie.
Vladar has actually played out of his darn mind. He's having a career year, But the problem is that the people in front of him are mediocre to average,
Yeah.
and they're just not. They're not good.
But he's not wrong. They need to get a steady goalie. That's something that they got to find on the checklist.
Well, guess what? They have a steady goalie right now. Now can we get some defensemen to play in front of him?
Question would be, do you trust Vladar to sign him to a long-term deal?
I mean, I wouldn't sign him to a 5-year deal, but I would sign him to a 2-more-year deal.
Just saying, like, he is 28 years old, so he's not an old guy.
Yeah.
But has he really shown enough consistency through his career? No. That you can say, you're our guy. You're the guy that we're going to build around. We want you in goal, and we're going to build out in front of you. I don't know that you're – we'll ask Durso what he thinks about that.
I think Durso can answer this better than I can, but I think part of the thing with the Flyers is they have a couple of young goaltenders in the pipeline who people think highly of. Do you trust the Flyers to develop those guys and then have Vladar just, hold down the fort until those guys come along?
Well, I don't know what Vladar's I'm assuming he's on a 1-year deal.
He's on a 1-year deal.
I was going to say, I assume he's on a 1-year deal. They got him from Calgary. It was one of those things like, hey, he'll be the backup to Aaronson. And then, of course, he won the job because Aaronson was so bad, got hurt, and then Vladar actually, just outplayed him. So he has become the guy. And if you look at his numbers, you would say, yeah, he's fine. But I don't know that you're going to give him, a 5-year marriage license here. That's all.
Exactly.
I don't know. I watched that game last night, and I'm thinking, this was fun. I'd like to see some fun playoff games, but does it even behoove them to make the playoffs? Like, I see Flyers fans last night going off on Twitter and saying, I don't even want them to win. Like, some people are at that point.
And that's where I disagree, because, again, hockey is such a – it's like playing roulette. It's like one of the worst things.
It's like baseball. The draft is just much more of a crapshoot.
Right. So it's not like football where, like, hey, we're drafting this guy. He's going to play this year.
Part of that, though, is you're hoping, just because we don't have intimate depth of knowledge of the prospects, you're hoping that your front office does, and that picking 8th is better than 18th.
Right. But the problem is that when you have multiple guys who have been drafted from, like Jet Luchenko, for example, it's like you think, oh, we got a guy, and then you realize, well, he wasn't the guy in that draft, and you're like, well, why didn't we get the guy in that draft? And then it becomes a whole and it's like, I don't want to hear about it. Well, I want you to tell me why I can't get the best player in the draft.
609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. Guys, I think the Flyers have one more year of Vladar. I need to see him a similar season to this season. Next season, I would say you probably give him like a 2-year possibility. Who knows, though? I saw last night Stolar was playing goal for the Leafs.
Correct.
I mean.
And by the way, he didn't play bad either.
Nah, the one goal he gave up was kind of a weakie.
Well, I say he didn't play bad. I didn't say he play great.
Shaner and EHC. I watch chaotic line changes and disorganized communication that leads to weak goals. Josh said average defense. I would say awful defense. Tocchet needs to step up the line change thing. It's a mess. Weak goals kill us, says Shaner in EHT.
Look, Shaner's not wrong about the defense, but the problem is that we have seen Sanheim, for example. When he plays for Team Canada, he looks amazing. Why? Because he's not playing next to Cam York. Okay? People were telling us, like you mentioned with Gostisbehere and Provorov, that Cam York was going to be the next guy. Well, he's been an okay player, not a great player, and that's part of the problem. The Flyers keep telling us, this guy's great, and then he gets here and he's okay.
609-403-0973. Keep them coming. If you have a question for Kevin Durso, our Flyers insider, hit us up on the text board on the White Horse RV Center text board now, 609-403-0973. And we'll ask Kevin Durso his thoughts on some of your questions. Little Flyers mailbag. I would like to see the Flyers give me a little playoff hockey for the first time in 5 years. I love settling into a playoff run. One of my favorite, no joke, one of my favorite times hosting this show was 2010.
That was fun.
That was awesome. It was every freaking night and every day we had stuff happening with that. That was one of the most fun runs ever hosting the show. Flyers 2010 to the Stanley Cup. I don't see that happening anytime soon.
No.
More Sports Bash on the way. When we come back, our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso joins the show. If you have a question for Durso, text it to the White Horse RV text board now, 609-403-0973. All right, 2:30. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Flyers tomorrow night, actually Thursday night, they take on the Woolly Mammoths. Horrible team name, by the way. Utah. Give me two. Terrible name. By the way, Sixers play Utah on Wednesday. Flyers play Utah on Thursday. Right now, our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. What's up with the Flyers? They've won 3 straight. I don't know that people are happy with them winning 3 straight. Why have they won 3 straight? How have they won 3 straight? What does it mean? They're 4 points out of a playoff berth. And right now, Kevin Durso joins us right now on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's going on, KD?
Not much, Mike. How you doing?
All is well. 3 straight for the Fly Guys. What has changed since this break has ended? A little rejuvenation all of a sudden. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, you come back from a break, you're definitely going to be a little more energized. You've had some time off. It didn't look that way at the beginning. They lost the first game back, which was very low event, boring. They were losing 2-0 to a team like the New York Rangers. I had told you then that was probably, that's the end of the line. If you don't win against the Rangers, there's nothing to talk about beyond that in terms of playoffs and things like that. They come back and they win. It's centered around the player everybody's focused on the most. He scores Michkov with the game winner in overtime there. And really, again, you have one of those statement type of games by beating Boston. That was probably unexpected. Boston's holding the playoff spot. They were on a roll coming in, and you win that game. And now you take care of business. This was kind of a stretch that was built for this possibility that you're going to play the Rangers, who have nothing really left to play for. They're in the basement of the Eastern Conference. Toronto is in complete shambles as well. So you had teams that you knew you had a shot to beat, and the Flyers have taken care of business in those games. And it's, like you said, it's kind of given them a little bit of a pulse here, but, big picture, maybe not so much.
Well, all right, so the opening segment today, we got a ton of text messages that came in, and I'm talking about, Zegras. And I said yesterday, I had a take on the Flyers, and then Josh said, could this game change your take? And I said, maybe. Well, of course, he scores the goal in the shootout, and he's been, historically, what I heard last night on the broadcast, is the greatest shootout scorer in NHL history. That being said, have we been a little disappointed with him in 2026? Not 2025 Zegras, 2026 Zegras.
Well, the thing for me is that the drop-off in his play aligns perfectly with the team's. He has this huge game against Anaheim, against his former team. The building is energized. That was your halfway point of the season, and the sky was the limit after that game. You win that game convincingly, and everything looks like it's trending upward for you to make a playoff run. And then not only did he cool down, and he was really the one guy that was giving you close to those consistent numbers. In fact, the only reason that he's second on the team in points to Travis Konechny is because Konechny then became the only player who was doing much of anything during the later stages of January when you couldn't win a game to save your life. So you had all of that. His drop-off aligns with the team's, which I think says more about the team construction than it does about the individual player. He's got the dynamic ability to make things happen. Do I think he's a 100-point player or a 40-goal scorer? No, I don't think so. Or at least he's not right now, and you would have to see if there's another chapter to his career. It's never too late for some of these guys to become something that you don't expect them to be. I take a guy like Morgan Geekie for Boston, who was just in town on Saturday, so I got a front row seat to see him. He's at 33 goals coming in, could have scored 4 in the game if not for Dan Vladar, who was outstanding. And he had never been close to a 30-goal scorer in his career until he gets to Boston last year. He had 33 last year. This year, he's already at 33, so he's on pace to surpass 40. And that wasn't the makeup of his game, and he's not exactly a spring chicken, So you can always become something more than what you are as your career progresses. Right now, for Zegras to go from between 10 and 15 goals and being kind of injury prone like he was at the end in Anaheim to back into the 20s and certainly making a push for potentially 25 to 30, that's a positive step. And then you wonder if there's another step beyond that as you try to build a team with more talent around you.
Kevin Durso covers the Flyers, 97.3 ESPN.com. And, of course, they've won 3 straight. They're 4 points out of a wild card spot here. We talk about Vladar. He's been very good this season. Are you ready to say Vladar's the guy, sign him, and get that part over? This team has been searching for a goalie our entire existence. Is he the one they should settle on?
It's interesting for me with him because he's having a career year this year. By the way, because I heard you guys talking before I came on, he's actually signed for one more year. His deal was a 2-year deal, so he does have one more year. So he's already locked up for next year. And I think that, there's people out there who my colleagues of mine who are saying now's already the time to try to keep him around for a little longer than that. I would let it play out a little bit, see him replicate some of this next season. But I'm not opposed to giving him another 2 to 3 years while you wait for these next two young goalies to potentially not just come into your system more, but to develop properly. Most goalies don't turn the corner until their mid-20s. You got a guy who's 20 years old in the minors right now in Carson Bjarnason, who's had a really good year in his first year pro, but I'm not expecting him up next year or maybe even the year after that. You've got to give it some time. And then the other prospect they have, Yegor Zavragin, who's playing in the KHL, it's kind of a Michkov situation with him. He's under contract in the KHL through next season. So you're already dealing with that situation. And then you'd have to get him to North America, accustomed to the North American game. So both guys are multi-year processes. So I can see a world where you extend Vladar beyond next year, have him be your starter for maybe another year or two tops after that. And if you have to go, let's say if you have to do a 3-year extension, by the end of that, you should be transitioning him back to a backup role as he's in his early 30s and one of these other young prospects could be taking over. And that might be the perfect time to transition into that.
Durso, we got the trade deadline on Friday at 3 o'clock, and I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you then. And do you anticipate any shift in their mindset?
No, not a shift in their mindset. I wouldn't anyway. I was thinking about this before I came on, that if you're the players, if you're the coaches, the wins are great right now because that's your job. Your job as a player and a coach is to go out there and with whatever it is you got. Rick Tocchet was asked this after the game yesterday about what happens in maybe another 4 or 5 days when you're going to play over the weekend and the deadline's passed and maybe this player is not here or that player is not here or whatever it may be. And his answer was, I just got to go day by day with what I have to work with. That's my job. It's not my job to worry about who's going in or who comes in, who goes out, any of that. Danny Briere's job in this is to kind of act, and I'm going to use a reference to kind of some of the crazy weather we've had this winter. It's kind of like being a meteorologist. You have to kind of forecast beyond, these 21 games after the deadline. How many do you think you can win? It's like saying, how much snow are we going to get over a major snowstorm, and trying to put a number on it. And he has to look at it and be realistic about, are you going to make a run, or at some point is this going to drop off again where you lose just a couple in a row and it takes away from the momentum you're carrying right now and it knocks you right back out of the race. So you can't change course. You have to forecast over whether it's worth it to take the run and take a shot with what you have currently constructed. He's said multiple times he's not planning to add rental players. If they add anybody, it's going to be somebody who's got more than just this year left. So they won't just add a player for 20 games, but he's not going to force a trade just to force one. But I do think for a player like Rasmus Ristolainen, the market's going to dictate that there's going to be a value that's too good to pass up, and I don't think you change course.
Well, that's the thing. Is there a deal that they can make that can just start this thing? Like, hey, I know it's not going to help us do X, Y, or Z this year, but this is a guy that we want to be here to kind of start the next. I don't even know what the next thing of this team is. It just seems like a perpetual hamster wheel.
Yeah, to me, the deadline's not the time to find those deals. If anything else, you're laying groundwork for the offseason on that, and you're trying to figure out, a name that's out there that's been out there for a while is Robert Thomas from St. Louis. He's a center, probably would fall into the team. Right now he would be the team's top center. He's probably more realistically a second line center if you're putting together the perfect roster construction, right? But I don't know that the Flyers right this minute, with 3 days to go until the trade deadline, have what they would need to be able to make a trade like that, unless you're going to go straight from the top and say, I'm willing to move Porter Martone. I'm willing to move Matvei Michkov. They're not willing to do that because they know Michkov's already here. Martone's, if he's not here at the end of his college season this year, he will be next year, and he appears ready for that. So those guys are coming and you want them to be part of the solution. but you do have to eventually give up something to be able to get there. It's why Owen Tippett's name is such a hot commodity. And I don't think Tippett's getting you a top line center by any stretch, but he might get you something. What you have to take advantage of is if you can get something by moving one of those guys that you can then move again. Like if you get a top prospect or a draft pick that it maybe doesn't perfectly fit what you're trying to do, or opens the door for you to move somebody else. Everything has to have a kind of a corresponding action when you go ahead and do this at that point.
Well, and you're looking at, can I get Michkov back on the right wing? Is there a way that I can do that? Can I get him, get something kind of clicking to where, like, you're not looking at, I don't know, does this team want to make the playoffs this year? It seems that you win 3 in a row. Of course they want to make the playoffs. Sounds like a dumb question, but is that in their best interest?
I mean, do they want to make the playoffs? Of course they do. Right. Is it in their best interest? It's a tough question to answer, because in their best interest, if you're saying finishing with the 13th pick or making the playoffs, I would take the playoffs for the experience in that particular scenario. If there was a way for me to forecast, and this is why I'm saying this is Briere's job, if you forecast coming up, you're going to play a lot of tough teams, playoff teams down the stretch, and if you think you're not going to win as many games because of what you may have to do, you're going to probably sell off one of your better performing defensemen certainly of the last 2 weeks, then yeah, maybe you don't win as many games, and now we're back into the top 10 conversation of the draft. Then it's not in your best interest to make the playoffs, and that's what you have to try to figure out when you go to make your deadline approach. Is you don't want to get caught up in being 4 points back of a playoff spot and thinking you have the potential to make a run when you've already shown during parts of your season you don't have the potential to make a run. That's what you have to weigh as a general manager.
All right, we got a bunch of mailbag questions real quick for Durso.
Sure.
Dan and EHT, is there any way possible the Flyers get into the playoffs and they could win a first-round matchup?
I mean, anything can happen. I wouldn't predict that they would win the first-round matchup against the team they would likely play. At this point, if you made it as the final wild card, you're playing either Carolina or Tampa Bay. I would not predict that they would win against either of those teams, but you never know, because, and especially depending on the kind of the style of play when it gets tighter checking. If you can play that physical game, there are times where the Flyers look like they can and they can't.
The Flyers project better as a playoff team than a regular season team?
Not necessarily. The thing is for them is it's inconsistency, because like the way that I look at it specifically is the winning games right now is all well and good over a full season picture, because you're going to win a number of games for the course of the season. That's a decent total for what your talent level is. It's the way that they go about it. You start off and you win, what did they win? 22 out of the first 41. And it's like, well, that's a really good percentage. So you're on pace for 44 wins and you get points for the games you lose in overtime. So you're probably projecting for 95 to 100 points out of that. That's really good. And then you fall off a cliff in January. That's the thing they have to eventually avoid. So there are times where they're built for the playoffs and there's times where they're not. And to be honest with you, if you were to make the playoffs despite staying the course with your trade deadline approach, you're going to trade away probably one of your players that's most supposedly equipped from a physical standpoint for a playoff series.
Let's go. What's the shelf life on the Flyers front office after 3 years of meh?
Well, see, it's tough for me to analyze that. I understand why people are meh on the front office, but Danny Briere, in terms of his draft classes, has only really had time to let one class even make an impact right now. Like, I understand people are a little sour on Jet Lachenko because he's been on the NHL roster 2 years running, plays 4 games and goes back to juniors, and then he's not tearing it up. Michkov is one of the players from Briere's draft classes that is already here. And it's obviously a down year for him. You have to see if, let's just say everybody's going to be going crazy if next year he's a point per game player again, because that's the course of it. People were down on Connor Bedard for a bad sophomore season, and then he's having a great third season. And it's like, oh, but of course this guy was going to be good all along. We all knew it from the beginning, but people were sour on him in year 2. Denver Barkey's the other player who's here from his draft classes. I need to see more about what he puts together. He's had to, the first year he had to clean up the mess. I do think, though, that you have to get creative again. Like, he's going to have to get creative this offseason and really figure out something, because to me, what's the shelf life? You get this offseason as your 4th, and you might get one more because of the free agent thing, because this year's free agent class dried up. So you see if you can't take a stab at it the following year, but it's not going to last much longer. To me, usually front office shelf life is about 4 to 5 years, and you're already you're going to go in your 4th offseason.
Let's get one more for Durso here. Mike, I think Michkov isn't the goal scorer we were expecting. I think his cap is 30, but can he get 75 to 90 points? What is his potential?
So I'm going to answer the fan question and your question at the same time, Mike, because I heard what you were asking for as well, and it was a goal scorer. I go back to with this type of thing that the goal scoring, they actually, to me, have a bunch of players who score at a perfectly fine rate for 5-on-5. And the fact that the power play is last in the league or in the bottom 5 and has been for 5 years running, there's your issue. If you had a guy who could score on the power play and be your go-to guy, like the way the Ovechkins are, I look at a guy like, I had just pulled it up pretty recently, Leon Draisaitl, who everybody knows is the top goal scorer in the league. He's got 31 goals this year. 15 of them are on the power play. And you look at who he plays with on the power play and you realize that's why that offense comes. So if you had a guy who could be counted on for 12 to 15 just power play goals a year, who's already a 20-goal scorer, and now you've got a 35-goal scorer. And then you just try to keep elevating it with the talent around them. I think, Michkov can probably be a 30-goal scorer. He had 26 last year as a rookie. If he does what he needs to off-season wise to prepare, I don't see any reason why he can't be a 30-goal scorer for sure. And then if you have the right amount of talent that can finish around him, like a Zegras, for example, who could maybe score a few goals off of some of the setups that he's able to make potentially, I don't see any reason why he can't be at least a point per game player and in the 80 to 90 range. I don't see any reason for that. You just have to put the talent around him, and you've really got to figure out that power play, because to me, that's where you're letting some of the offensive numbers get away, is when you don't have guys who can bury it when you have the man advantage.
He's Kevin Durso. The Flyers Thursday night against the Mammoth, Utah Mammoth. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Trade deadline on Friday. We'll check back in with Durso then at Kevin_Durso. Good to see you, man.
Absolutely. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
All right, there's Durso, and, of course, the Flyers right here on 97.3 ESPN. They are back on Thursday night against the Utah Mammoth. A terrible name for a team. Flyers play the Woolly Mammoth on Thursday, and the Sixers play the Utah Jazz. So 2 Utah teams Wednesday and Thursday for the Philly boys. All right, coming up on the other side, a wild story about an Eagles player. Stick around for this. I can't even believe this happened. I'll explain on the other side right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. 2:53, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, Sixers Spurs tonight, 8 o'clock. You're home for Sixers basketball. Josh, if you heard this story, so apparently this is real. The Raiders front office called the wrong Byron Young on draft night. So there's a player named Byron Young. He plays defensive tackle for the Eagles.
Correct.
He was drafted by the Raiders in the 3rd round. 7 picks later, Byron Young from Tennessee was drafted by the Rams. The one that was drafted by the Raiders is Byron Young from Alabama. He's a defensive tackle. Byron Young from Tennessee is an edge rusher.
Right.
One of them's pretty good. The other one's the Eagles player.
Correct.
The Raiders thought they were drafting Byron Young from Tennessee, and they ended up calling the wrong Byron Young.
How do you mess that up?
They have the same name, that's how.
Well, no, I mean, I know they're the same name, but I mean, is this someone's job to clarify?
According to the story, Vegas texted the other Byron Young's agent saying they were drafting him. They then called the other Byron Young and said, hey, we're taking you right now. Then people were saying, man, they're reaching on this guy. We don't have a 3rd-round grade on him. Well, it now makes sense why. It was the wrong guy. He ended up getting cut, a 3rd-round pick, and the Eagles picked him up. He's now on the Eagles roster. Byron Young, the Raiders drafted the wrong one.
That's horrible. I mean, how do you mess that up?
It's a wild story.
I mean,
there's video of it, by the way. I was watching the video of, I don't know who it was on the phone talking to him, but he's going through, like, we got this guy, and you're going to fit in well with Crosby and all these guys, and he's, like, shocked on the phone that he's getting the call.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
So the Byron Young that plays for the Eagles was drafted by the Raiders, but they actually wanted the Byron Young that plays for the Rams. Can't make it up. All right, everybody, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 3 o'clock hour. Phil's back today, of course, after the day off. They're actually off again tomorrow. They got the Team Canada matchup, so no Grapefruit League matchup there. Frank Klose will be there, and he's here now with the mailbag, his final mailbag before 85 and sunny for you, Frank. He's off on a flight as soon as this conversation is done. He will be in Clearwater the next couple of days, checking out the Phils. We've got your Phillies questions in the mailbag. What's going on, Frank?
Not much, Mike. I'm eager to get on that plane and get down to that warmth, although Philly's going to be kind of warm this weekend. So
I know. I still got snow on the ground at my house, so it doesn't matter how warm it is. If I see snow on the ground, I'm thinking cold. Frank's Phillies mailbag is brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. It's your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. So before we get into the mailbag, I want to first get your thoughts on what you saw from Andrew Painter on Sunday. 2 innings. He threw 4 out of 6 first pitch strikes. I thought that was maybe the most important thing, getting ahead in the count. What'd you think of Painter?
Oh, he looks like someone ready to be in a major league rotation. I mean, I know it's a small sample size, but that's exactly what you wanted. 2 basically almost boring innings. He's just getting the outs, right, and moving on. So, everything I'm hearing so far about him down there is that the command that he lost last year is back. We had the stuff last year. I got to watch him a few times in Lehigh Valley. He was a little bit all over the place, couldn't control those fastballs, but it looks like he's getting that back, something which does happen after a surgery like that. It takes you a while to find yourself again. He seems to have found it, and he looks pretty poised to make this Phillies rotation, and it's almost like everybody's expecting him to do just that.
Well, I want to get your take on what is your anticipation. What is your ceiling and thoughts for Painter this year? On the top end, what do you think Painter can add to this team in this rotation this season?
I want to see a little bit more to see how well he can command that. And I also want to see how the league responds to him and makes adjustments to his pitches. And then the other step is how he then responds to those responses. So it's all about adjustments in Major League Baseball. I think that's going to determine the story of Andrew Painter this year. I expect him to probably come out, and people who haven't seen him yet, he might get some good outs. He might be on a roll to start. Then they'll get a nice scouting book on him. And then once they adjust to that, I want to see how he adjusts in response. So I think that's going to be the story of this year, is the adjustments made by the hitters and then the adjustments made back by Painter. That can't happen until he gets on the field and starts facing some hitters in the major leagues.
So if, we were talking about this yesterday, you got Paul Skeens, wins the Cy Young. You've got guys like Nolan McLean. You've got a lot of young pitchers who have come into the league and had an impact right away. Hunter Green helped the Reds get to the playoffs. Do you expect him to have that type of impact this season?
I think so. I think there might be the potential for some hiccups in the middle, because that's what happens as a league first adjusts to you. But I think he is going to be a mainstay in this rotation. I mean, I was thinking back to 3 years ago in camp, where there was an outside chance he might make the team at 19 years old. Of course, he's now 22. But I remember just listening to Larry Boa talk to somebody on the field there, and the way that they were raving about him, they thought he was ready to take that rotation spot that year. Of course, the injury got in the way. But, I think everybody in the Phillies organization fully expects him to be impactful enough that he's going to be a mainstay in this rotation.
All right, Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash. Let's get into the mailbag, and Glenn wants to know, he says he has one concern, and that would be the Phillies would have Kyle Schwarber bat leadoff, also that they would bat Harper in front of Schwarber. That means, Glenn, you have 2 concerns, it sounds like, not 1 concern. Schwarber back to the leadoff spot. What say you, Frank?
Well, I think we've long spoken about the big issue in this lineup, which is not necessarily those top 3 hitters, Trey Turner, Kyle Schwarber, Bryce Harper. It's kind of who hits fourth, right? And, of course, the Phillies, famously, they were going after Bo Bichette this offseason to try to figure that out. Now, if you look at those 3 hitters, Rob Thompson says, they're my top 3 hitters, period. He's not committed to what order they're going to play just yet, but I think we saw last year just what Trey Turner in the leadoff spot really meant, right? He's still one of the fastest players in all of baseball. He has a sprint speed of 30.3 feet per second as of last year. and he scored 94 runs right after he won a batting title. So he's getting on base at a 355 clip, stole 36 bases. And with those guys behind you, that means that you can score a lot of runs. And of course, Kyle Schwarber now drove in 132 last year, right? That was a career high. He had Turner ahead of him. So that was really, really helpful here. So I think the story is going to be, how do you best balance those three, knowing that number 4 isn't really figured out yet. And some interesting stats here. Schmenkman, you might be familiar with on X, he had some pretty interesting stats that, in the full season last year, Bryce Harper saw the lowest amount of pitches in the strike zone of any player in Major League Baseball at 42.9%. And that's even after they put Kyle Schwarber behind him, right? He still managed to take that honor of seeing the fewest pitches in the strike zone. So I think that still is an indictment on the number 4 spot that the Phillies have to figure out. From April 11th to June 5th, Schwarber hit behind Harper in 50 games, still the lowest. So from my opinion, I think you want Trey Turner there at the top, getting on base, stealing some bases, getting set for to score some runs. But I think the real issue here, when you look at those three, is Harper's approach. I think he can eke out some more walks if he knows he's not getting the pitches to hit. We talked about the question of him being elite, not elite early in this spring training season, but I think if he could be a little bit more selective, maybe he can pull another 30 walks, and that will pay some dividends and some extra runs. But I think the issue will be that there's going to be a lefty in the opposing bullpen ready for Harper and Schwarber every single time. I just really want to see them get that number 4 hitter straight. Now, by the way, since I wrote this, an interesting piece in the Inquirer today from Marcus Hayes, basically saying, hey, this isn't Alec Boehm's fault. Then I don't think it's Alec Boehm's fault, but he's kind of miscast number 4. But I think the trade deadline is going to be important for this story here, because they need to find that right bat to hit number 4 behind them, and then I think the rest.
We've only been talking about that
out
for about 5 years, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, really, since you can't even really say Hoskins, because Hoskins was kind of hitting in the number 2 hole when he was here. He really wasn't even hitting behind Harper. They really just have not had a right-handed power bat. I mean, you're going back to like Pat Burrell.
Yeah. And of course, I used to speak of how much I did not like Rhys Hoskins batting second.
Same.
But there are just not a lot of really good right-handed bats out there in major leagues right now. So the pickings are slim. So I think that's something that maybe at the trade deadline the Phillies can address, depending on what their needs are. Yeah,
we've been talking about that at the trade deadline. Hasn't really happened. They went out and got Adolis Garcia, and we'll see what kind of season he has and what he brings and where he hits. I mean, that is something, Frank, that obviously we can take a look at there. And there's a question about Garcia a little bit later on in the mailbag. Let's go to Kevin's question. What do you think about this bold prediction? At some point, Justin Crawford moving to the top of the lineup, hitting either leadoff or number 2.
Well, listen, I think the bold prediction's right, that I think he could have a very fine rookie season, that on a lot of teams he could bat first or second. But, given what we just spoke about, I don't think he's going to find his way into that spot on this particular roster. I think Justin Crawford's your number 9 hole hitter. And, you may remember from years of watching American League Baseball before the DH, the number 9 spot was always the second leadoff hitter, as a lot of people like to nickname that. So imagine him getting on base and then ahead of Turner, Harper, and Schwarber, or whatever order that they end up. So I think he's going to be at the end of the lineup there, and I think that's a not any indictment on him. I think he could have a fine season down there, at the 9 spot. I think the big question that everybody has about Crawford is that high ground ball rate that he had at AAA going to translate to the major leagues. A lot of the AAA defenders are not going to make the plays that major league defenders were, but I think it's encouraging that, when you watched his first at bat in Grapefruit League play, he had that near home run to right field, and then he hit a ball to the wall. So maybe he's already made some nice adjustments about the ground ball rate, but he's a speedster. I think he's going to be a nice addition to the Phillies lineup, but I think that those 3 are going to be the ones that are going to hold down that spot. Yeah,
the only thing about him that really kind of stands out is he's also left-handed. So to put him at the top of the lineup, you've got him, Harper, and Schwarber all left-handed. So it's hard to have 3 of your top 4 guys in the lineup left-handed. Otherwise, he may profile as a bat that could hit somewhere at the top of the lineup if his minor league impact translates to the big leagues.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think that there'll be days where one of those three are going to have a day off, and the Phillies might not hesitate to hit him up there for a day or two if things are going well, or if somebody's has a nagging injury or something, fill that role for a few days. So he might get some opportunities, but I think that the best situation is he's batting ninth, and then you can go to the righty Trey Turner leading off after that.
All right, Frank, let's go to our next question here from Michael. He wants to know, who do you expect more production from this year, Adolis Garcia or Otto Kemp? That's an interesting question because one guy seemingly is going to play every day. The other guy's going to be more in a platoon.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference for me. Garcia is going to take right field and be the right fielder, period. And if you're depending what time of production you're talking about now Garcia did show some power. He did hit 19 home runs last year, and he put together a 2.7 WAR season, which is a pretty decent major league season. And I think a lot of that production, if you're looking at the WAR, came from his defense. Now, if you look at the defensive run save stat from Fielding Bible, Garcia was ranked first among right fielders in 2025 with 16 defensive runs saved out of right field. Pretty good. Now, by contrast, Castellanos was the third worst of the 230 players that made an appearance in right field. He had a negative 11 defensive runs saved in right field. That's a 27-run difference in your defense in right field, which is just mind-boggling that they can make that type of improvement in defense. So I think that you got that there. You might see him hit around the same amount of home runs as Castellanos did, but I think when you package that with the defense, it's a real upgrade, and they're going to look to play him there most days. And I will say this too: his OPS was a little low. I think that's going to be the question. Can he get back to more of the person he was in 2023 when he had an all-star season, of course, and made waves in the playoffs? But I think Kemp, he's still projected to be a platoon player at best. I don't know that that's settled yet by any means. There's some other candidates in camp for that role. Brian De La Cruz could get that opportunity, or Dylan Moore is a guy that won a Gold Glove as a utility player and can play anywhere on the diamond pretty much. The Phillies want to keep someone like Moore on the roster. Maybe even Kemp gets squeezed. So I think a lot has to play out here this spring. But nothing's guaranteed, right? You got to perform to make it. I still think that the roster heavily favors Otto Kemp being there. That's for sure. But
I was going to say, you saying that Kemp gets squeezed, really, that one lit up my ears a little bit. You see a possibility that they could start the season without. I know he does have options left, so they could, I guess, essentially say start there, go learn a little bit more left field. But I would think that's a long shot. What about you?
Yeah, I think it's less likely than likely, but we'll see how things go, because if they really want to keep Dylan Moore, who if you look at Edmundo Sosa as the primary infield backup, right? Usually that guy doesn't play a lot, but you know what? Sosa has a decent bat, and so if Sosa bats a little bit more, then you still need somebody that can come in and fill in at all the different positions, and he can, and Moore can play up the middle. Kemp cannot. So Kemp, you're looking at third base, first base, left field is kind of where he fits in. So, and if someone like Brian De La Cruz wins a roster spot and wins the platoon job, well, then you really have to ask the question, what's the next best piece for that final bench spot? I still think it would be Kemp, but I think Dylan Moore is going to have a lot of opportunities to show that he belongs on this roster.
Speaking of platoons, Sosa Stott, is that a platoon, or are they going to let Stott take a crack at playing every day?
I still think that might be mostly a platoon, or at the very least, Sosa's going to play against any tough lefties. That platoon just worked really, really well last year. And if you look down the stretch, Stott really hit his stride when they really committed to that platoon. So if you get the most out of both players, I think that's not a bad idea. But, if Alec Boehm's going to have a day off, I'm sure Sosa will be over at third for those two. So, or Kemp, if he's on the roster, could get some opportunities to fill in. But I think that you're going to see Stott still sit against some of the tough lefties, but I wouldn't be shocked if they introduce him to some more.
All right, Frank Klose, of course, the Phillies Mailbag, the host of the Run It Back podcast with Tyler Zulli. You can check that out on our website, 973ESPN.com, all podcasting platforms. Run It Back podcast. One of the Run It Backs is that Bohm and Stott are both back, and Tyler wants to know which one of those guys shows more power this year.
That's from our friend Phillies Tailgate Tyler. So it's an interesting question he asked there. I think if you look into how they performed in the past, Alec Boehm's going to be in the position of cleanup spot, and Stott will be 6th or 7th. But I really do think that you're seeing Stott's bat really come together and add a little bit more power. I mean, yeah, it's a small sample size so far this spring, but he's got a couple of home runs already. I think Stott is trending in the right direction to make a little bit more out of that swing with a little bit more power. I think for Bohm to be the best Bohm, I think he is a 15 home run hitter, maybe at max. I know he hit 20 once, but making a lot of contact, right? So I tend to think that Stott has a little bit more upside on the power, but also again usually profiles about a 15 home run hitter. So I think I would say that Stott's going to edge him out this year just a little bit.
Wow,
not a lot.
So that's funny because for years we've been like, hey, can Bohm become a 20 to 25 homer guy? It feels like we're over that. We know what Bohm is. He's a 12 to 18 homer guy, and now we're anticipating that Stott maybe passes him.
Yeah, I like what I saw of Stott down the stretch, and you see it in his swing this spring so far. He's figuring a lot of things out, and I know that last year with Kevin Long, he made some adjustments that really seemed to pay dividends. So I don't think it's going to be a lot. I could see Stott good for 15 or 16, and Bohm could be 13 or 14. But I think Bohm should do what he does well, and that's make some good contact. And I think that's going to be plenty helpful. But again, he's kind of miscast in that cleanup spot, so you were hoping for more home runs. But I think he's just a pure contact hitter, which is very good in the major leagues.
All right, Frank, a couple quick questions. Number one, do you anticipate that Aiden Miller has any impact this season?
This is a really tough one. I think we need to watch that back. They're calling it sore back. They're not saying there's an injury. I know there was a mention that he did get an MRI and all the such, to kind of check in on it. But I think there's at least some concern at this point because at the last few games of last season at AAA, he missed because of his back. He was going to play winter ball. He did not because of his back. So I think we need to watch that. I mean, I think his health is going to determine that because he's a really talented player. I'm really eager to see how he does in the major leagues. He had a tremendous second half last year. I think if he's healthy, you're going to see him making an impact on this roster, maybe by June or July.
By the way, we had a question earlier from Kevin about Crawford. He actually hit leadoff today in the Phillies spring training lineup. Kemp hit 2. Brandon Marsh was back, hit 3rd. Marchand, he would be the other guy that we'd have questions about. Do you anticipate Marchand makes it over Stubbs?
I do, because he can hit left-handed, and so so does Stubbs, but I think he's as a switch hitter, you can kind of plug him in wherever. You're not just playing matchups there. You can really put him against anybody, and that'll be fine. Stubbs is just a lefty, and I think, by the way, Stubbs, he signed a split contract, which does pay him a nice sum to be a AAA and sort of be an extra coach. So I think Stubbs, if he's willing to take on that mentorship role, and by the way, I see Stubbs as a coach in the Phillies system whenever he's done playing, but he's going to be sort of a pseudo coach at AAA, in my opinion.
All right, Frank Klose, don't forget the Run It Back podcast with Tyler Zulli. That's new this year. You can listen to that on our website, 973ESPN.com. Frank, you will be going to Clearwater after this segment here, heading down. Where's your first stop? You going to the Bait House? You going to where's Frank's first stop in Clearwater?
That's a great question. I was actually trying to figure that out. With the weather being kind of iffy today, I it seems like the flight's going to get out, no problem. But I hadn't really thought that far ahead. So I've got a few people I want to hang out with, and so I might just see where they are and who can do what night, and that'll determine what I do this time. Well, but I'm going back. I'm going back next weekend just to take a little vacation. So
okay, well,
I'll do everything.
I think my top 3 seeds would be lunch at the Bait House, breakfast at Clear Sky Cafe, And there's a new place. It's like it's a new like Italian pizza spot, like Bervino's or something to that effect. It's right on the corner there. That's pizza spot and the restaurant outstanding. It's new. It's only like 2 years old.
Okay, well, even a little longer tenured pizza spot, Cristino's, is very, very good.
I don't know that spot. Where's that?
Oh, you got to check that out. That's more south of like downtown Clearwater, not Clearwater Beach, not Clearwater Central where the ballpark is, but in between, a little bit south of the downtown. But it's on Fort Harrison Avenue.
Gotcha.
In Clearwater. Highly recommend that pizza, and I get a side of little shrimp there too because the shrimp is really fresh. So I
Bavaro's, by the way. Bavaro's Pizza is the name of the spot.
I shall write that down right now.
It is new. It is. It's been there for about. This is will be the third year that I think it's there. But it's right there on Mandalay. It's right there on the corner of Mandalay. On the where the new Brown Boxer is.
Yes.
Which used to be Jimmy's. The Jimmy's Fish House or whatever. The Brown Boxer has been changed over 3 times. They moved to a new spot. So the Brown Boxer where it was something, the Salt House one year. Now it's called something else again. So that thing has changed over. The one that's right next door to Hogan's place.
Yeah. Year to year, I never know what that's going to be lately. But
yeah.
But yeah.
By the way, I know you're a brewery guy. You got to check out Three Daughters.
Yeah, it's been the Three Daughters. They have a nice spot right there in Clearwater Beach now, and you can go to the original down in St. Pete. But yeah, there's breweries all over the place in the area. Dunedin, there are a few all in a row right there. I recommend Dunedin for that, and I really like Crooked Thumb and Safety Harbor. So when you go to Dunedin for the day, check out a game over there at TD Bank Stadium. Cool little stadium, not quite as nice as actually it is pretty nice because they upgraded it when the Blue Jays had to play there during COVID, so they really upgraded that place pretty nicely. But right across the street's the VFW. And then if you make a right, you go down a couple blocks, you run into the Dunedin Brewery, which is the oldest brewery in Florida. There's a place called Cooney on that little strip that you're talking about there. Yeah, Dunedin has like 5 or 6 little breweries all within like a couple block radius. Yeah, Cooney, HOB, Seventh Son, Woodwright.
Woodwright's a good spot.
You can make a really good day. And then if you go a little bit east, there's Caledonia Brewery. So there's... Dunedin is a nice spot. Yes, I've been to all of them.
All right, there you go. Frank Klose is down to Clearwater, so he'll give us a full report on which breweries he hit and which places that he stopped at. If you had never been down there, you got to get to Phillies spring training one of these years. And by the way, for the people who live down here closer to the Atlantic City airport, there are now 3 airlines, all of which go to Tampa. You've got Allegiant, which now goes to, by the way, the Allegiant airline flies to the St. Petersburg airport. You now have Breeze Air, which goes to Tampa, and of course Spirit, which goes to Tampa. So you have 3 different options that you can find a flight to get to Tampa now to go see Philly spring training. So keep that in mind for the people out there. Before you only had one option, and that one option could get a little pricey. But now you have 3 options, so that should help all our Phillies fans get down to Clearwater at least one time, maybe even this season. You can just, impromptu book it and just say, you know what, I'm going. Just book the damn thing and go down there.
Do it. You'll be hooked.
Frank Klose is back with the Phillies Mailbag all season long. Tell everybody about the Run It Back podcast.
Yeah, new this year, hosting it with Tyler Zulli, who's hosted some podcasts and done some radio in Philadelphia. Covering Phillies, very knowledgeable on Phillies. I highly recommend you check it out. We're going to drop one once a week, usually on Wednesday. I'm hoping to get one in tomorrow from Phillies camp. So please check us out. Run It Back Phils on X, or just search Run It Back Phillies. You will find us really easily.
There you go. It's on all podcasting platforms, and you can go to our website, 973ESPN.com. All right, Frank, good to see you, man. Year number 11, is that right?
Number 11.
Number 11 of the Mailbag right here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Frank Klose's Phillies Mailbag is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at the Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40 in Egg Harbor Township. It's a amazing stop if you're looking for dinner tonight. You can stop on by. They were ranked the number 2 best restaurant in all of New Jersey. They believe that dining is more than just great food. It's a whole experience. Great food, ambiance, and service. They're open 7 days a week, including tonight for your dinner if you're looking for something to do with the whole family, or join them for a special lunch buffet on Sundays from 11:30 to 3. TheNizams.com for more information. Stick around. We got the Unsportsmanlike moment of the day, football at 4, the Nuggets, all that.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to The Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
All right, 3:31 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're going to talk a little Sixers thanks to Frank. Adam Aaronson going to join us from PhillyVoice.com. And the Sixers play tonight against the Spurs. You can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. No Embiid tonight. He's got this oblique situation, and he'll miss tomorrow night's game as well. Hopefully he's back on Saturday against the Hawks. And then no Kelly Oubre tonight as well. Trying to figure out what this team is. I have said I think this team is pretty much what it is. Earlier in the year, you got Embiid, you got George, and you're like, if they can play and they play well, that maybe something can happen here. I think we're at the point now where you can't trust Embiid, even though he's played really well. The Paul George thing, I guess he's kind of back out shooting, but he's still out 3 more weeks. Let's bring in Adam Aaronson from PhillyVoice.com, who joins us right now. The Sixers getting ready for the Spurs tonight. They're going to be shorthanded again, Adam. And, how frustrating has this been and how difficult has it been? Because I want to get it from this perspective. You're starting to see a lot of people get very frustrated with Nick Nurse, and I think this has a lot to do with the Jared McCain trade and how well he's played and the perception that he didn't use him and that's on him. So how difficult of a season has this been for Nurse, given the circumstances of the instability of this roster?
It's been certainly a challenge for Nurse, and he's been honest about that, and I would say that is just about the most common question that he gets asked by visiting reporters and broadcast crews from other teams when they come to Philly is, how hard has it been to manage? It's almost like you have 2 different teams depending on whether or not Joel Embiid plays. And Nick's response usually is that it's hard, but it's what he has to do, which is true because it's not changing anytime soon. For as long as the Sixers have Joel Embiid, when he's out there, you're going to cater, your offense and your defense to him. But when he's not out there and you're building around guys like Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, the whole thing looks completely different. It's a vastly different picture. So I think it's been a challenge for Nurse, and that's sort of independent of the McCain point you mentioned a minute ago, which I think is fair. But I'll say this: he's handled it better than he did last year. Last year, obviously, the whole operation never really got off the ground. I think it's reasonable. We're playing like a team that was decisive and knew that they could no longer trust that Embiid was going to be around to save them. And they found a pretty real identity. And then once they got used to Embiid playing, because he didn't have any unplanned absences for a little over a month, I think once he went out again for the first time in a while, it's been a lot more challenging for them to get used to that style of basketball again. And I think that's what they're hoping to do tonight and tomorrow night, and then we'll find out if Embiid's absence with this new oblique injury is going to extend even longer.
Well, Adam, it's funny because he's out 3, which usually means 13, right? It's like, he's probably, you tell us 3, that's probably on the low end. We'll see. But, it gets to the point where it seems that nobody can trust when he will and will not be able to play. And it seems that any ceiling you might have gets lowered and lowered because you just know that Joel is not going to be available when you need him.
It's a very fair way to characterize the situation, and I think anybody that has watched, first of all, not just these last couple of seasons, but really Embiid's entire career, would be incredibly skeptical at the idea of Embiid being healthy for the entirety of a playoff run after an 82-game season. And I think that's a completely legitimate worry to have, and it's one that I would have as well. But I don't know what the other answer is other than to cross your fingers and hope for it. This guy is on their team. He is even now at a much diminished state, one of the better players in the NBA. He obviously peaked as arguably the best player in the NBA, depending on whether you add him or Nikola Jokic in a certain year, back in the 3 to 4 years where they were going at each other for MVP every year. And he's on this giant contract, and because of all of the availability issues that we've already mentioned here and have been talked about for years, it's hard to imagine anybody taking that contract off their hands. So they're sort of locked into this for a while, and it's a really confusing situation to navigate.
No doubt about it. I do, since we haven't got a chance to really catch up on this, is as we kind of talked about, the McCain thing, how is that being received? I mean, this is obvious that he is lighting up social media almost every single night. I got to imagine the Sixers are kind of looking at this like, you've got to be kidding me, how this whole situation has kind of blown up in their face.
Yeah, Nick Nurse got asked about a week ago if he's gotten a chance to watch much of McCain in Oklahoma City, and he said, bits and pieces maybe for 5 to 10 minutes in there, but largely he's focused on the team that he's got to coach. And I will say, from my understanding of life as an NBA coach, I think it would make more sense for Nurse to be watching teams that the Sixers have games against soon. So Oklahoma City comes here on March 23rd. That's actually the last game of Paul George's suspension. I would imagine in the next few weeks, Nick Nurse might spend a little bit more time on Oklahoma City, and maybe he'll see what McCain is doing. He looks great. He is getting a lot of the mobility back that he used to have. The biggest thing that I've noticed recently, I've tried to watch as much Thunder as I can. He's planting off of that left leg again, and that was something I don't think I saw him do one time all year. It was something he did constantly last season before he tore his meniscus in that knee. To me, him doing that is the clearest sign yet that he's really trending upwards from a mobility, health, physical perspective. And the shot is just completely back. Not to mention that he's now in an environment, particularly since Shai Gilgeous-Alexander came back, where he's going to get tons of open looks. And Oklahoma City has been much more willing to utilize sort of his unique skill set with his off-ball movement, his relocation, his Nash dribbles under the basket. All that stuff that we all remember fondly from his rookie year is all resurfacing in Oklahoma City, and it's done so pretty quickly. And so I think, back to your original point about Nurse, I do think it's fair to question why someone with these sorts of skills was barely cracking the rotation for much of the year. And part of it, hindsight is 20/20, and we can look back and be honest that McCain did not look playable for multiple months at a time, but it did seem like he had broken through in the 4 or 5 games preceding the trade. And it's fair to wonder, could the Sixers have gotten that out of him earlier, and maybe by the deadline they would have felt differently about the idea of trading him for a middling first-round pick. We won't ever know the answer to those questions, but I think the reaction from the fans is not going to change, and I think even if the Sixers use that pick and draft someone just as promising as McCain, I think people are going to still be attached to McCain. If they use that to trade for a veteran player, I think people are going to point out that veteran player is probably 10 years older than Jared McCain and maybe similarly productive. I just think I don't think this trade is ever going to be viewed in a favorable lens, because I don't think people want to give the Sixers the benefit of the doubt when they traded a fan favorite, and then the president of the team makes a comment about selling high that obviously has not gone over well.
Well, and I guess, one of the things, you do a lot of great video work as well. At Sixers Adam, you can check out all his writing on Twitter at Sixers Adam. And then you also has a Twitter handle where you can see video clips that you break down. And one of the things I'd like to kind of pick your brain on is what happened with McCain. They weren't using him right. They didn't trust him. Was he not healthy? What do you think ultimately led to this situation where you watch him at Oklahoma City, he looks like he's Seth Curry's little brother over there?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of a bunch of different things. I think probably Nick Nurse had trouble trusting him, and I think part of that is because he was coming off an injury, not just to his knee, but then also his hand, and that clearly impacted his shooting early on. The minutes were really tough early. All 3 of their guards ahead of him, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Quentin Grimes, all had awesome starts to the season. It becomes more challenging to fit McCain into a sizable rotation role. I think it all just sort of snowballed, and then I think the organization as a whole just decided they were willing to bet against him paying off whatever value they'll extract from that middling first-round pick. That's the Rockets pick this year. I believe right now it would be the 23rd pick in the draft if the season ends today, somewhere in the mid-20s. I think they just organizationally decided that they were willing to bet against McCain at this point. And I think some people view it as they sold low because he was awesome in his rookie season, and then he really struggled halfway through his sophomore year, and then they traded him. I think the Sixers view it as they're selling high because they got that deal because of what he did as a rookie. It's not a trade I would have made. I understand the logic behind it, and that, as Daryl Morey laid out, sort of, and this was the basis of the sell high comment. He said more or less, we study what certain classes of players get traded for, and even a middling first-round pick with 3 second-rounders is usually the price for a starter on a good team. And there was no path to McCain filling that role here because they had Maxey and they had Edgecombe. It's understandable, but to me, I think I would have bet on McCain improving his value even more than what it was based off of that rookie season, because things had just gone so poorly in his sophomore year. And it's just one that Daryl Morey said time will tell, but I don't even think that's true because McCain is in a completely different environment and a completely different context. I just don't think we're ever actually going to know how it would have turned out here, and that's as someone that was very much a McCain optimist and remains that way.
Well, and I guess, I know it seems like long-time revisionist history. The trade deadline was back at the Super Bowl, but obviously he's played very well. He's found a little roller, and it's coupled with the Sixers bench has been terrible. The guard play off the bench has been horrendous. And here's this guy out there doing this. Who predicates this? Is this ownership saying you got to get under the tax? Morey going, well, if I'm going to get under the tax, I'm going to get something of value. He's the most valuable guy I got. And Nurse saying, well, you can trade him. I'm not using him. Like, who predicates this trade and says, yeah, that's the guy?
To me, this looks like a clear front office decision. I am certain that once the Sixers were within $2 million of the luxury tax, is what happened when Paul George got suspended and they got about $6 million in a tax credit based on the amount of money that he was forfeiting during his suspension. Teams do not go into the deadline that close to the luxury tax and not get under. The Sixers were always going to get under it. I think the Sixers have gotten a ton of criticism for the McCain trade, and I think a whole lot of it is justified. The one that I think is not really based in reality is that they traded McCain to get under the luxury tax. They didn't need to do that. They could have traded basically anyone on their roster along with Eric Gordon, and they would have ended up under the tax. I wrote about this at Philly Voice about a week ago. Even if the Sixers were willing to stay over the tax, or if the luxury tax did not exist, I think this is a trade they would have made because I think they determined that McCain did not give them as much value as whatever becomes of this first-round pick, whether that's drafting a player and having 4 years of that player or using it to trade for a veteran. So to me, this looks like a clear front office move. That is not to suggest that Sixers ownership did not mandate to the front office before or after Paul George's suspension that they get under the luxury tax, which they've done multiple years in a row now. But I don't think that the McCain move was a financially motivated move. I think it was a basketball motivated move. And I think it's harder for people to see that because the team fell to him in the guard rotation and had to go bring back Cam Payne, who was, who was nice and a useful player 2 years ago on the Sixers for the last couple of months of the season, but was playing on a losing team in Serbia. And if the most impactful midseason acquisition you make is a guy who's coming to you from a losing team in Serbia, you open yourself up to him not looking all that good, which Payne has certainly not through his first 6 games.
Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com, covers the Sixers at Sixers Adam on Twitter. Right now they sit in the 6th spot, about a game and a half up on the Magic and the Heat. They're 2 games behind the Raptors, about 4 games behind Cleveland. Do you lump them in closer to the Toronto, Cleveland, Knick group, or more to the Orlando, Miami, Atlanta, and quite frankly, I think Charlotte might be better than at this point?
Yeah, I would have them. I go back and forth on which tier Toronto is, and I think I would actually have the first 4 teams in their own tier, and then I would have the Sixers. I'd have Toronto. I'm glad you mentioned Charlotte because they played as well as any team in this conversation over the last month and change. Miami, teams in that region of the standings. I think the Sixers are in that second tier, if that's what you want to call it. They clearly have a leg up in the race for the 6th seed, which is obviously crucial because that secures a surefire playoff spot instead of having to go to the play-in tournament, which the Sixers 2 years ago almost ended up in a game for their lives because Joel Embiid and Tyrese Maxey didn't have it in a play-in game, but then Nick Batum saved them against the Heat. And that's the matchup with the Knicks a couple years ago. I think the Sixers are probably in a decent position to get that 6th seed, but they're going to have to play really well, and they can't have letdown games. Like tomorrow, the Utah Jazz come here. The Sixers are going to be on the second night of a back-to-back. Maybe the Spurs game goes down to the wire. Like it seems every Sixers game all year has gone down to the wire. And they're going to have to bring it the next night against a team that, frankly, is probably trying to lose right now so they can keep their own protected first-round pick. I believe it's the top 8 protection, and they've already shut a bunch of guys down for the season. The Sixers can't mess around. They got to keep taking care of business, and they also have to start playing up to competition more often than they have this season. That Celtics win would have been a huge one to steal. They got that game within 6, but then they just couldn't cross the finish line. They didn't do enough on the defensive glass all night, and Nehemiah Queta just completely destroyed their backup bigs. These games are all really meaningful. It's been a long time since the Sixers have truly been fighting for a playoff spot like this. And it's going to be really interesting to see because, you look at Tyrese Maxey, whose workload has been historic in terms of minutes and games played this season. You look at VJ Edgecombe, who's never played a season even close to as long as the one he's already played and still has 22 games to go. Are these guys going to run out of gas? Has Nick Nurse emptied their tanks too much? I think that's one of the sort of the biggest storylines to monitor over the next 6 weeks of the regular season.
And Adam, that was one of the big stories when he left Toronto was how much he ran them guys into the ground. You're looking at Maxey. Yeah. I mean, he is by far the leading minute guy at position, and you're looking at the guard situation behind him. They just don't trust anybody. You're playing. Look, Dominic Barlow's been a great story. Jabari Walker. Now, you sign the guy to the contract. Walker can't get off the bench, and, Barlow's just been a nice player. But these guys are bumping 2 and 3 slots up the ladder because of all the situation that's going around. And it just seems that the depth that this team looked like it had early has quickly dissipated.
Yeah, I think that's a spot-on characterization of what's going on. And I think it's harder when you lose, your 2 high-paid players. And look, this is a team that has, a whole lot of the salary cap tied up into 2 players that don't play basketball all that much. And it kind of sounds funny to say, but it's true. We all know the availability issues that loom with Joel Embiid. Paul George is not exactly an Iron Man these days either, and that was the case even before he got the 25-game suspension. He missed the first, I think, 12 or 13 games of the year maybe, and has had injury issues constantly since he got here. He only played 41 games last year. It puts an enormous burden on Tyrese Maxey. And like you said, everybody is sort of a little bit underqualified for the role that they handle on those nights without Embiid and George, including Maxey, who is obviously an incredible player, a deserving all-star starter this year. But I think everybody would agree that if he's taking 30 shots, your team is probably not suited to win anything of note. Meanwhile, if he's your second guy with Embiid, he's clearly overqualified for that role. And I think that's the constant, sort of like when a baseball team gets an ace and all of a sudden your former number 1 starter, who probably wasn't an ace, is now a really good number 2. And your number 2 becomes a really good number 3. I think the Sixers sort of experienced that doubly with both Embiid and Paul George, who, you talk about guys like Kelly Oubre, who's out tonight, Quentin Grimes, VJ Edgecombe. Everyone's role is constantly scaling up and down. And I think most of those guys are better off when you can scale it down more often than up.
Adam Aaronson at Sixers Adam. Sixers play the Spurs tonight. As he mentioned, no Oubre. He is sick. No Embiid. He's got an oblique injury here. Ultimately, is Morey and Nurse on the hot seat? How does the front office view this season? I mean, last season, I would characterize it, Adam, as maybe the worst season in the history of the franchise based on the expectations. And then you turn back the next season, you're like, hey, we're a playoff team. You got this young player. Does ownership say this season has been a success and these guys have done a good job? Or does the heat on these guys?
I think a little bit of both. I think you can acknowledge both of those things at the same time, because I think coming into the season, if anybody told you Tyrese Maxey is going to be on the borderline of 30 points per game, He's going to start in the All-Star game. He's going to lead the league in total points scored from basically wire to wire in the season, which he has so far and has a very good chance to do from now to the end of the year. That VJ Edgecombe is going to look as good as he has as a number 3 overall pick, a positive impact starter on both ends of the floor from start to finish as he has been. You talk about Embiid, who has been far more available and far more productive than I think anybody would have expected this season. It's hard to look at those things and not at least see the argument that this season has been a success. But to what end? And if this season being a success is all of that stuff coalescing into a 6 seed and a decisive first-round playoff exit, what does that say about what this situation has devolved into? And does it indicate to ownership that there are better people suited to lead the organization than Morey and Nurse? I don't know. It's a good question, and I think particularly for Nurse, the way these next few months go is going to do a lot to determine his fate, whether or not he's the head coach of the Sixers beyond this season.
All right, Adam Aaronson, PhillyVoice.com. Great Sixers coverage at Sixers Adam, and check out at Sixers Adam clips for more on the Sixers. They take on a Spurs team, which is probably one of the top 3 teams in the entire NBA. They have really taken a big jump this year. So check out the Spurs and Sixers right here tonight on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks, Adam. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
As always, good stuff from Adam Aaronson, who covers the Sixers. And the Sixers take on the Spurs tonight, and they take on the Utah Jazz tomorrow. No Embiid tonight, no Embiid tomorrow. Such is life, right? When we come back, it's football at 4. Going from Sixers Adam to Eagles Adam. Adam Caplan is here with a free agent preview, plus the Nuggets are on the way. Team USA 2, the San Francisco Giants 1 in an exhibition game. Paul Skeens gets the start for USA. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber in the lineup today for Team USA. Harper in the 2-hole, Schwarber hitting 4. Very interesting. We'll talk more about that later on tonight on the show. This is Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash for my friends at Branches Outreach. The mission at Branches Outreach is to provide food, clothing, and personal care items for families and homelessness in Cape May County. We'll tell you more in the next hour. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a
And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Adam Caplan is in the house today. We'll talk to Adam in just a couple of minutes here. Don't forget, free agency, NFL begins on Monday with the legal tampering, and then it'll all be official on Wednesday. So, of course, we have full coverage of NFL free agency right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Our Football at 4, of course, with the Inside the Birds podcast, guys. They've got all the insight we need for the Eagles as they get ready for free agency. We're going to take a look today at what is the word around the NFL on this free agent class. What kind of talent is there? Where are the deepest positions? Where can Philadelphia go shopping in this free agent class here? And, of course, on the offensive side and on the defensive side, and if you're looking to add, where are the weakest spots in free agency? We're going to talk about all that right now with Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And, of course, all week long, Mosher tomorrow, we'll be talking a little more free. And, of course, the draft with Andrew DeCecco on Thursday's show. Andrew, always great on the draft. We'll be talking to Rick Saratella all throughout the draft season as well as we get you ready for the 26 NFL offseason. The new league year starts on Wednesday of next week, a week from tomorrow. All right, let's go inside NFL free agency now. Adam Caplan is in the house as free agency, as we mentioned, begins 1 week from tomorrow, unofficially on Monday. What is the word around the NFL on this free agent class? We know the Eagles have a lot of talent that are free agents. We'll get Adam Caplan's take on that. What is he hearing about the deepest positions on offense and defense and the lightest positions on offense and defense? How can Philadelphia improve? Well, let's take a look. Adam Caplan's here from the Inside the Birds podcast for today's Football at 4. Welcome, Adam. What's going on?
So, Mike, the word combine was, in terms of free agency, is that it's a weak class overall. Some depth, which we'll talk and discuss and get into and help people understand. But one of the other things was that the trade market could be more robust because if you don't have a player at a certain position and you're trying to get to the next level, you either wait for the draft and wait for that player to develop, or you get a guy who's more advanced. And that's why the Texans made 2 trades. They traded away the right tackle Titus Howard, and then they traded for David Montgomery, the Lions running back. So we're already seeing action. We saw the big trade last week between the Titans and the Jets. Teams trading 2 starters, which is kind of surprising and kind of odd. But in the end, it's because Robert Saleh coached Jermaine Johnson with the Jets, and now he's with the Titans. And the Titans trade away T'Vondre Sweat, who is a good fit for the Jets defense. So it's about fit, it's about coaching changes, and that's why you're seeing players move on.
Well, obviously, you take a look at with Philadelphia and the quality of depth at free agent. We don't even know how much money. We know how much money, but we don't know how big of a player they could be in free agency. They don't have a ton of cap space here. But if they wanted to dip their toe in the pool, let's start on offense. What are some of the deepest positions that they could take a look at on offense?
Yeah, Mike, just a word on what you were just talking about. So in terms of cash spend, their cash spend is going to be similar to last year. It's mostly going to be devoted to extensions. And then their free agent dollars, are, if it happens, and they want it to happen, Jaelan Phillips is a pretty significant priority for them to re-sign. That's where his money is going to go. Now, let's turn to your question on what's the deepest positions on offense. Tight end's got pretty good depth. Dallas Goedert is out there. We don't do percentages, but it would not surprise us if he plays elsewhere this coming season. And the position for the Eagles is totally barren without him if he does not re-sign, Mike. But in free agency, you've got Travis Kelce. The Chiefs feel confident they're going to re-sign him. David Njoku's out there. Goddard, mentioned Taysom Hill. Tyler Higbee, Eagles know him pretty well. Zach Ertz wants to play. They're good. There's some decent backups like Austin Hooper was with the Patriots on a Super Bowl run. Foster Moreau is a good backup. Adam Troutman, who Sean Payton brought over to the Broncos. Tyler Conklin is not a bad backup, pretty athletic. Noah Fant, former first-round tight end. There's enough out there, but the thing is, it's not so much about quantity, Mike. It's about quality. But it's deep enough that you can get yourself a pretty good backup, at least in free agency.
Well, it'd be interesting to see, Ertz, a guy that's been here. Maybe you get him to kind of groom somebody that you draft. We all thought they were going to draft someone last year. That did not happen. So they definitely need to address tight end. Good to see that position. Do you think they would be a player in free agency on the offensive line for depth purposes?
Yes, I do. But let me just help people understand this. Free agency doesn't stop next week. It goes on through the fall. But by the time the season starts, yes, we expect them to add a couple of them. It could be someone who's released in March. It could be someone who's released after the draft. But again, the season does not start till September. Their depth on the offensive line was poor. Now, part of that addressing the offensive line, Mike, in free agency could be re-signing Brett Toth, who in one of his starts was phenomenal. And Jeff Mosher and I talked about this last week. He'd be a good fit for the offensive line scheme. The offensive line is going to completely change, which we told you when Sean Mannion was hired. It's going to look completely different. I mean, it's just going to be different. That's just the scheme is nothing like Sirianni's, which they've run until this season. And this is intentional. They wanted to change it up. It's going to be tough, but they're going to have to get players who fit what Sean Mannion needs.
And by the way, remember last year they did go out in free agency and brought in 2 tight ends. Kalen Granson was one, and
Island Granson, yes,
and I don't even remember the other guy, but I would imagine
Harrison Bryant, who got cut.
That's right. There you go.
But they signed 11 players to 1-year deals. Most of them did not work.
Right. All right. Well, let's look at the defensive side of the ball. They need help on defense, obviously, depending on what happens with Phillips, what happens at corner, what happens with Reed Blankenship. You're most likely going to lose Nakobe Dean, but you think you can fill that in-house. What's the deepest positions on defense?
All right, so the deepest positions, Mike. So the subject of our show, which dropped Tuesday morning on Inside the Birds, was the edge rush group. Mike, it's actually very deep. It's by far the deepest position for free agency, but here's the problem. It's top-heavy. After Trey Hendrickson, should get a monster deal, it really, really drops off. Now, there are guys like Khalil Mack, Hassan Reddick, Mike Dana, who was just cut by the Chiefs last week. He's probably a third edge. There are a lot of second, third, and fourth edge type guys. Khalil Mack is out there, but he's near the end of his great career at 35 years old. It's mostly guys who are third edges, who are the first guy off the bench. Those don't cost much. Now, when it comes to the Eagles, well, if they re-sign Jaelan Phillips, Nolan Smith is your third edge. Jalen Hunt is clearly going to start. Now, they need a fourth guy, but Fangio doesn't play four. You have to have four, but no longer. If they get Phillips, Mike, edge is not a priority at all.
Right.
It's just a matter of getting some depth late. That could come in the draft, by the way.
All right. And their positions the Eagles do need, possibly edge, safety, corner. What about the lightest positions? Let's go back to offense here. Obviously the Eagles have their whole offense signed except for tight end. So what are some of the lightest positions on offense?
Yeah, QB bad. It's worst I've seen in I don't know how long. Receivers bad. If they trade A.J. Brown, we keep warning people they're not getting that guy off the street to replace him and have to come in a trade or the draft. Tackle is really bad in free agency. Now, that's left and right tackle. The other positions that are deep are guard and center. The Eagles don't need a center. They could use a center/guard veteran, that type of guy. They like Drew Kennel, but right now he's really only a center who could play guard. He's a little bit too small. And on defense, you mentioned it in passing, not that the Eagles need an inside backer. They don't need any. But safety is a position they really need to address. They're very weak on depth. If Blankenship leaves, which is very realistic, they don't even know who their starter would be opposite him. If Blankenship leaves, they'll need 2 safeties. Sidney Brown only plays on defense. They clearly don't trust him to play on defense. He's just a special teams player, Sidney Brown. And then at corner, Mike, that's. I mean, even if Adoree Jackson came back, you can't count on him to be a starter. And where's Cooper DeJean going to line up? That's our early feeling is that right now it would be nickel. We know he could play corner because he plays it on base down. So they really need to make that decision on where he's going to play full time because that ultimately decide what their plan is for free agency in the draft. But corner right now, opposite Quinyon Mitchell, is a major question mark.
Sure is, and obviously they, you mentioned Dory Jackson last year, kind of, I guess did an okay job, but I would imagine they want to get an upgrade over what he did last year as well. And what about the lightest positions on defense in free agency?
Yeah, this one, Mike, is defensive tackle. It's real. I was actually talking to an agent yesterday who has got a decent D tackle for free agency. He goes, my guy should be good because he doesn't have a lot of competition, and that's not a position right now the Eagles really need any help in. They're very young. They have their 3 starters. They got their key backup at Byron Young. They could use one more guy, but they don't. They could just draft somebody and just develop. But if you're a team that needs a D tackle, good luck to you. The kind of guys that are out there, Mike, are David Onyemata, who's a run defender, big guy, really good story development. DJ Reader, who's a journeyman at 32 years old. Daquan Jones, you might remember from Penn State, who's a run defender who's played for the Bills. Larry Ogunjobi is a pass rusher and D tackle who did not play well for the Bills this past season. Sebastian Joseph Day out of Rutgers, good football player. My understanding is the Titans would like to have him back. The ageless Calais Campbell. He turns 40, Mike.
Wow.
This is crazy. I played golf with him once. He is a big dude, man. Great guy. Sheldon Rankins, Tierre Tart came back to the Chargers, but Andrew Billings is out there. There's really, Mike, it's very light. It's just very light. But the good thing for the Eagles is that they're loaded there. Like the Eagles have become, really since the pandemic, really starting in 21 since Howie turned his career around in terms of the draft, a draft and develop team and supplement through free agency. And they'll make an occasional trade where they're weak at a position when they've kind of missed. Like Howie addressed the receiver position. He had to. They didn't do well before. It started with Devontae Smith turning it around, then they traded for A.J. Brown, and the whole thing was turned around. But I like the Eagles' approach now because when Howie first got the job in 2010, though he didn't have personnel control, it was just, okay, let's go heavy in free agency and supplement for the draft. That's the wrong way to do it. Now he's kind of flipped it and done very well.
By the way, you mentioned Byron Young. Have you ever seen this story about the Raiders calling and drafting the wrong Byron Young?
Yeah, well, there's 2 of them. There's
yes.
the one the Eagles have, who the Raiders drafted, and then there's the one the Rams have.
Yes.
Yeah, who's older, by the way. I didn't know that. Did they really?
So there was a story. We talked about this earlier. There was a story. I just saw it yesterday. Apparently, the Raiders. Now, the 2 Byron Youngs are in the same draft. They got picked 7 picks apart. The Raiders texted the wrong Byron Young and called the wrong one and drafted the wrong one. They drafted Byron Young from Alabama, but they meant to take the Tennessee Byron Young. They then cut him, and it makes more sense because he was a 3rd-round pick. You're like, why'd they cut a 3rd-round pick? They picked the wrong guy.
You know, the guy who's with the Rams went to Tennessee is actually 2.5 years older than the Byron Young the Eagles have. And the Byron Young that the Eagles have, right, who they claimed off waivers in August of 24, for the life of me, I cannot believe the Raiders cut him after one season. He's been a good story development. Sometimes guys come in and they don't perform, and he was drafted by another general manager, but with the Raiders, but he's done a really good job, and that was a really good waiver claim by the Eagles.
Well, yeah, but it now makes a little bit more sense because the article is suggesting that at the time they drafted the wrong Byron Young, and people were saying, he doesn't really have a 3rd-round projection on him, and now we know why. They took the wrong guy. They took the wrong guy. Like
position, by the way, Byron Young, the Eagles guy, is a D tackle.
Yes.
The Rams guy, Byron Young, is an edge rusher.
An edge rusher.
So, yeah, I don't know how that's. It's kind of funny. Yeah, this is kind of funny. Like, I didn't realize that. That's actually hilarious that.
Of the other Byron Young saying we're about to draft you right now, and they never got the call. I mean, can you imagine this? This is
embarrassing.
It's unbelievable.
That's an the one, my favorite one, and I was at that draft, is when the Vikings they let the time expire for their pick in the first round, obviously a couple of decades ago. It might have been the Kevin Williams one. I forget. But I just remember, this didn't happen. Mike Tice, I believe, was the head coach of the Vikings at that time.
All right, before we get you out of here, this morning on Unsportsmanlike, Adam Schefter did say the Eagles have turned down offers for A.J. Brown already, but they're still listening. So Jeff yesterday, he thinks that the Eagles would be interested to move him if they got the right deal. Is it only if they get their socks, like they knock their socks off, or do they hope that they can make this move?
Yeah, let me address, because I did hear your segment with Jeff on Monday. My understanding coming out of the Combine was that the Eagles really don't want to trade Brown. And on your point, Mike, they'd have to be blown away to trade him. Here's the reasoning. I'll give you my reasoning. This is just what I've gathered.
Sure.
They think he clearly has a lot of talent left in him. The belief around the league is he's got at least 2 good years left in him. Now, Mike, saying that, you also don't want to wait till it's too late. Remember when the Eagles restructured and extended Alshon Jeffrey's contract the last time?
Yep.
All this, he just kind of lost it. You don't. Now, I know that A.J. Brown's always been a better football player, more explosive. But Brown turns 29 in June, which means he's 29 in NFL years. Typically, when you get into your 30s, receivers have told me they kind of lose it in their lower body. So you want to be careful. You want to be careful, and this is the last year of fully guaranteed money for him. If he's still here, I would say that the chance is very strong that this will be his last year if he's not traded. But you always have to look at, okay, well, if we're going to trade this player, what's our recourse? Okay, it's not free agency. There's no one you could sign who could fill in for him. Okay, what team is going to trade me a starting quality receiver? And by the way, I'd want a younger receiver. I don't want an older guy. I don't want Stephon Diggs, who's 32, 33, has got a legal issue off the field, who's much older than Brown. I don't want him. We've reported this a bunch of times over the years on Inside the Birds. The Patriots called multiple times for A.J. Brown, and Eagles were not interested because they were trying to extend his contract the last time, which they did. I would want a younger receiver, and I want a first-round pick, and that is the belief that they want at least a first-rounder. And they should. The guy's still a really good football player. Now, the question is, Mike, before we get out of here, was there a drop-off? Now, Greg Cosell, who works for us on Inside the Birds, said that the tape was not quite as good as other years. So just keep that in mind. It's all about what the tape looks like. Just keep that in mind, because you never want to see any major drop-off. Well, there was no major drop-off, but there was a little.
And that's what I was saying, is they would know more than all of us to say whether or not they think the decline is coming. And we mentioned, you get guys like Julio Jones. They go from 1,500-yard guy to 400-yard guy. You get others guys that, you get Devontae Adams and DeAndre Hopkins, who are studs, and then what ends up happening is they get hurt because their age, and then they never get it back.
Cooper Kupp is near the end. Yeah, now these guys are much older than A.J. Brown. But, it's Hopkins kind of lost it. He was never explosive, but he was a great football player. Devontae Adams still played well, but you never want to wait till it's too late, and that's what Howie's battling here. So that's why I think we don't do percentages ever, but it's going to take a significant offer for Howie to move him. And then if they do, I would love to see who they would get who can make up for it. And they're not in a rebuild. I know some people think if you trade A.J. Brown, you're in a rebuild. No, you're not. It's a step back, but then you got to see who they have to replace them before you start.
Well, I look at Seattle. They had Jackson Smith and Jigba and not much else at wide receiver there.
That's it.
Yeah, well, an older Cooper Kupp and then a one-trick pony in Rashid Shaheed. I mean, so it can be done. All right, Adam Caplan, good stuff today. Free agency a week from tomorrow. The legal tampering opens on Monday. We'll have it for you right here on Football at 4. Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, everybody from the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, you get that every day at 4 o'clock right here for Football at 4. You can check out the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We got the Nuggets on the way. Earnshaw will be in the house. Text the White Horse RV Center text board, 609-403-0973. If there's one player in free agency, realistic player, that you want, who is it? Hit me up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. One player, realistic player, that you would say, I want that guy in free agency. You just heard Adam say which areas have the talent and which ones don't. He said the deepest positions, tight end, you need one of those. Guard and center, probably need depth there. Deepest positions on defense, edge, linebacker, safety, corner. Might need an edge, definitely need a safety probably, and definitely need a corner. So give me a free agent that you would be ecstatic if the Eagles brought in. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. We got the Nuggets on the way. Stick around. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, time now for the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, Knicks Nuggets, as always. We got the Nuggets for you today. We have a Flyers win last night. We got the Sixers tonight. No Joel Embiid, no Kelly Oubre. He is out with an illness tonight. They're taking on the Spurs. You can listen to that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Just heard from Adam Caplan about some of the top free agent positions with the Eagles. You heard Adam Schefter this morning for our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. So let's see what Nick Earnshaw has today. As part of today's Nuggets is back. What's up, Nick?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Busy day in the sports realm. We're gonna hit a couple of different sports today. So each nugget a different sport. We're gonna go a little baseball. We're gonna go a little football, a little basketball. We got all kinds of stuff to talk about today.
No pucks?
No puck. We might maybe if we get a puck. No puck today. Sorry, Durso.
Big puck game last night. We had Durso on earlier in the show. He's gonna be a little upset.
You know, that's what Durso's here for. You know, he's got you on the socials. He's got the pre, the post. I got you for the fun stuff. All right, I got you for all the fun stuff, the goofy stuff.
Three straight Flyers wins. No fun.
It's fun. It's fun. They're gonna trade everybody at the deadline. It's okay. It's all right. All right. Nugget number one. We got World Baseball Classic happening at the moment right now, and there was something fascinating that came out. There a little exhibition game against the San Francisco Giants. The USA baseball team is playing. And the lineup came out earlier today, and I thought, there's a couple Phillies in there. And the placement of a couple of these
Phillies in the lineup.
Yeah. Bryce Harper batting second. Kyle Schwarber batting fourth. So I thought that was fascinating, Mike. And, it brings us back to the Philadelphia Philly. Why not Harper at second? Why not have him bat second? Could they shake things up a little bit to have the protection of Schwarber batting fourth, Harper in the 2-hole? You go Trey, you go Harper. I don't know. You could mix and match the third spot and then go Schwarber 4. I mean, that could be the possibility right there. Garcia 3, 5, Bohm, you can mix in there. Harper has talked about in the past, Mr. Mike Gill, about batting second. And listen, on the Team USA, they got him batting second.
Well, I saw that too, and I like it too. I would be interested in like either a Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, or a Turner, Harper, Schwarber. See, the problem is when you put Bohm behind somebody, does that take away the effectiveness a little bit? I know the whole thing of putting Schwarber in the 3-hole possibly to get him up in the first inning. That's been conversated about as well. The problem is the other guys who were top of the order possibilities, which would be Justin Crawford. What if Justin Crawford's awesome? He's hitting 330 with a 380 on base. The problem with him is he's left-handed. The other guy would be Bryson Stott, who hit leadoff last year for a little while. He's also left-handed. So if you put Bryson Stott at the top of the order, you could potentially go Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber. But now you have 3 lefties in your first 4 batters of the lineup. So the fact that their best options are all left-handed really makes this Rubik's Cube tough to figure out.
Yes, it's very tough. And if you look at some of the numbers from Bryce Harper in his career, batting second is the second most times he's batting in an order. So in a batting order, he has batted third the most, and then second, the second most. 227 career games, over 1,000 plate appearances, batting 254, 334 OBP, 456 slug, 791 OPS. Batting third has a 932 OPS. Obviously, way more of a sample size batting third. That's what he's batted in the majority of his career. But maybe you try it out. Try something different. I don't even know. Maybe later in the year you try it out more so heading into the postseason, but maybe a different look. You get more ABs out of him. I don't know. It's fascinating because he's wanted to bat second. He's talked about it.
One problem is the Phillies don't have Aaron Judge to hit between Harper and Schwarber. That would be nice. They do have Bregman hitting 5th today, and they could have had Bregman potentially. I thought this lineup was a little weird, though. They got Cal Raleigh hitting behind Bregman. So you got, you could have had, I guess, Schwarber and Raleigh both, left-handed, so they wanted to split that up there. But can you imagine having to face Judge, Schwarber, and Raleigh back to back to back with Harper?
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like, looking at this lineup, I was like, oh my goodness. And then did you see the picture of Judge next to Harper? I mean, that's how big Judge is. Like, Harper's not a small man. He's a pretty big dude. Judge makes him look tiny.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this lineup. They got Bobby Witt Jr. hitting leadoff, so that would be your Trey Turner. So you would go Turner, Harper. I would go with Bohm in the 3-hole because, with Bohm in the 3-hole, one thing that Bohm has proven is he'll drive runs in. He has hit very well with runners in scoring position. So if you have Turner and or Harper on base, Alec Bohm has had a propensity to hit well with runners in scoring position. He has a very high batting average with runners in scoring position. Back-to-back years, he had 98 RBI, so he will drive you home. And then he should get more to hit with Schwarber hitting behind him, and that could really be the thing that takes Bohm from that guy that's like a 15-homer guy. Maybe with Schwarber hitting behind him, you do unlock a little bit more. So I wouldn't mind giving Bohm an opportunity to hit in that 3-hole between Harper and Schwarber, and maybe you unlock the best version of Bohm. The problem with that would be Bohm has this great free agent year, and then you'd be kind of might have to pay him, which I don't think the Phillies would do. He would then walk and make this big money and disappoint somebody someplace else.
Well, Bohm in his career batting third, 99 total games, 293
He's been pretty good
batting average. He's got a 7.78 OPS.
What's his batting average?
293.
Yeah, I remember him hitting third when Harper went out, and he really performed well in that spot.
Other than batting eighth, that is his highest batting average in a spot in the order.
Yeah, he performed very well when Harper was out. They hit him third that year, and he was really good. That would be, to me, I think that's the one I would try. Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, and this way you get Bohm between Harper and Schwarber. He gets a lot more stuff to hit, and then maybe that unlocks him, and now you have 4 guys there. The question would be then who hits behind Schwarber to kind of protect him a little bit.
Garcia.
Most likely you're going to go with Garcia in that spot.
Yeah, and you're starting off first 5 would be right, left, right, left. Right? Is that correct?
Right, left, right. Yep.
Yeah.
And then probably Brandon Marsh after Garcia would hit 6th. And then you go to JT Realmuto hitting 7th. Then probably Bryson Stott hitting 8th. And then Justin Crawford hitting 9th.
Yeah. That seems pretty good to me, to say the least. So I saw that lineup and it got me thinking, I wonder if they go Harper too at some point if Rob Thompson tries that out early on in the season. But it all depends on what you get out of Garcia, too, because if you can have Garcia protect Schwarber in the 4-hole, I mean, that's pretty much ideal. Now, listen, I was a Schwarber leadoff guy, but with the way the roster is constructed right now, what we just laid out might be the best lineup they have if things go properly.
Yeah, I'd take a shot to do something different. I mean, they tried something different last year with Turner in the leadoff spot and Schwarber in the 2. Maybe you tweak that even a little bit more this year and try to unlock even more. And I think the guy you want to try to unlock is Bohm. And putting Bohm in the 4-hole, I don't think that maximizes his potential. No. I think having Schwarber hit behind him maximizes his potential more. And then the other side would say, well, you want Schwarber up in the first inning. Well, if Turner and Harper are as good as we hope, one of those guys gets on base and Schwarber gets up.
Yeah, it'd be nice if one of them could get on. Schwarber will get up every first inning, right? If you don't have a 1, 2, 3 inning. I also love a leadoff Schwarber. I love that. I love seeing. Well,
he can. If you go 1, 2, 3 in the first inning, he can lead off the second inning with the Schwarber.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Yeah, if you go 1, 2, 3. So, we'll see. I'm very curious to see how they shake this out because I don't want to see Bohm, and I think you and I are in agreement. We don't want to see Bohm in the 4-hole. No. He's not good enough he doesn't have enough power to bat in the 4 spot. Now I could put him in the 3 and he can have success.
Put him in the 3. I'd put him in the 3. He hits for pretty good average. Again, hits well with runners in scoring position. He does drive in runs. He will drive in runs. That's something that Bohm has done. He doesn't hit for enough power to really scare somebody. That's why he's been a problem. Now, you might say, well, if he's sitting still behind Harper, does Harper have enough protection? You would think because Schwarber is still lingering that you would have to then think about that, and I think that maximizes. Look, Harper and Schwarber are great hitters no matter what. The guy you got to try to get more from is Bohm, and I think you get more out of Bohm with him being protected rather than him having to protect somebody.
Yep. Yeah, that would make the most sense, and it's a big year for Bohm. It's a big year for Stott. If those two guys can elevate, like the second half of last year, Stott was very good, very good. You have him lower in the lineup, less pressure. He is a huge X factor. It's those two guys who are X factors for this team. If you can get more out of them, they can really compete and get hot at the right time. Who knows?
Well, my other lineup would be if you want to keep Harper in the 3-hole and you like hitting Schwarber behind him, put Bohm in the 2-hole. He's a guy that goes gap to gap. Sure. He doesn't strike out a lot. Now, one thing he will do is hit into double plays, but yes. Same kind of theory plays here. Turner gets on, steals a bag. Now you have Bohm up with a runner on second base. He hits a little, a Bohmer up the middle, a little 3-hopper, and then Turner comes around. I mean, I don't mind Bohm hitting in the 2 spot or the 3 spot. I don't like him in the 4. I don't want him in the 5. Anything after that, I'd be more inclined for.
There's just not enough Bohmer homers for him to be in the 4 spot, all right? There's just not enough of those. And the problem also is JT's older now, so he's not really protection for Schwarber anymore, so you can't bat him 5. I mean, that's why you're banking on Garcia to be big for you. And then Stott, it's like Stott, if Stott could elevate and do what it did in the second half last year, all right, we got a squad here. We got a contender here, to say the least. But it's been Bohm has been good. He just should not be batting 4. They haven't had a typical 4-hole hitter. If you can move Schwarber there, things might work out a little bit in your favor. Castellanos, supposed to be the protection, was not good enough. So you're hoping you get something out of Garcia. You need Stott and Bohm to elevate their games this season. That has to happen.
No question about it. And I think, Bohm last year again, he hits for a pretty good average. He's a guy that goes gap to gap, doesn't show enough power. So give him a shot hitting either 2 or 3. Have Schwarber behind him in the lineup. Maybe that gives him his best protection and his best season to date.
Yep. Well, Harper and Schwarber in the 2 spot and the 4 spot in the USA Baseball Exhibition lineup today. All right, moving along. Nugget number 2. I want to pose an interesting thought to you, Mike. And I was just kind of going down the free agency list. Obviously, I clicked on wide receiver, just in case. You never know. Jahan Dotson's the wide receiver. You need a replacement for him. But I was really looking at it for replacements just in case A.J. Brown is gone. And, my brain was, I had brainstorming. I'm not talking about the drama with A.J. Brown because I'm tired of that. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But theoretically, if he were to go, just looking down the list, we brought up Mike Evans yesterday. And there was one guy that kind of stood out to me that could be on a cheaper contract. Because remember, the Eagles only have a little under $14 million with the new cap space heading into this offseason. And one name stuck out to me. We actually talked to him out at Radio Row. Romeo Doubs. Fairly cheap option. Let's say you move on from A.J. Brown, you get picks back, etc. Devontae then moves to your number 1. If you're looking for a replacement, that number 2 receiver, obviously you can go in the draft and draft another receiver. Would Romeo Doubs be on your radar as a potential number 2 receiver to Devontae Smith, barring an A.J. Brown trade?
I'd be interested, no question about it. I think Dobbs is one of his problems is he's been unable to stay on the field. I mean, he's had some health issues. Has been probably more of his problem. So yeah, if you somehow or if it ended up that you traded A.J. Brown and you replace him with Romeo Doubs, I think you can do a lot worse. I like Dobbs. I think he'd be a great fit. It's not a great free agent wide receiver class. Nope. I mean, obviously Pickens. Going to be franchise. You've got Alec Pierce. I think it's same situation. He'll probably be back in Indianapolis. After that, man, there's just not a whole heck of a lot. You got Mike Evans, as you mentioned, older guy. Romeo Doubs, to me, 26 years old, very good route runner. I think he would be a great complement to Devontae Smith on the other side. I definitely think that would be someone you'd kick the tires on in the event that A.J. Brown got traded.
Now, if you're not familiar with Romeo Doubs, he wears the gigantic helmet for the Green Bay Packers.
And I asked him about that. He said he doesn't even notice that it's on his head.
Well, good for him. He's keeping himself safe. It's gigantic. It looks ridiculous, but hey, to each his own.
Another guy, you got Rashid Shaheed. Do you bring in that guy kind of like the Torrey Smith? And Devontae Smith would be your Alshon Jeffrey, and Rashid Shaheed would kind of be your Torrey Smith. So you would have that kind of dynamic going there, right?
Do you bring Debo in?
Debo Samuel, no, I'm out on that. Juwan Jennings, though, he would be a guy that kind of would be interesting. Another guy who's been kind of hurt, but he's a free agent as well. But Wan'Dale Robinson's a guy that I would be kind of interested in as that slot guy. We keep talking about the Eagles need to find a true third slot guy. I think Wan'Dale Robinson would be kind of cool there.
The reason Doubs intrigued me the most, and this is just a hypothetical plan B in case this does happen, and what happens after if they do move on from him. Doubs intrigued me because of his age. He's going into his 26 year. Obviously, he's had the injury history. However, he's young and he's not going to be as expensive because you don't have a ton of money to spend. You're trying to bring back other guys. And, I don't know what they're going to do contractually with other players. They're going to turn more bonuses into other contracts into bonuses. So that's why I was looking. I'm like, Doubs would make sense if they needed to replace him. And he's a heck of a talent. You give Jalen Hurts another option. I mean, Devontae Smith as your one doesn't hurt you too much. But I'm in the camp of wanting to keep AJ Brown in.
I agree that AJ Brown is probably definitively a better fit than or a better player than all of those guys. Yeah. But the guys that I just mentioned, I would be interested in Shaheed as kind of like a very specialized player. Doubs would be at the top of that list. I mentioned Wan'Dale Robinson, Juwan Jennings, who's very solid, reliable. Who else would be?
It's just not like it's not a wow you type of list with who's a free agent at the wide receiver position right now. It's just not, and that's why I saw Doubs. I'm like, we talked to him out there. He wears the big helmet. Eagle.
The big helmet would be the reason, right?
Eagle. Yeah, absolutely. Seeing those gigantic wings would be hilarious. All right, moving along. Final nugget before I get out of here. Tonight, Sixers game. Yeah. It's a nationally broadcast game tonight, Mike. And we're going back in time.
Games are starting to get too late for me. Jet lagged, man.
Oh, you're telling me. Oh, you're
the Flyers game last night, 7:45 puck drop on that game last night.
Yeah, I
don't want to be the guy that's like these games are too late, but I'm still jet lagged and I'm falling asleep. I can't get my clock to turn back around yet.
Listen, I'm working these games are tough. You're getting up in the morning and the next day. Oh, it's tough. It's a tough one. I can't lie. A little tough with these late primetime games, but you might be turning back the clock a little bit. No pun intended there, Mike, with all your sleep habits at the moment. Bob Costas, Doug Collins, Mike Fratello, Jim Gray.
The Czar's back tonight.
And you have in the studio Hannah Storm, Isaiah Thomas, and PJ Carlesimo. Wow. Throwing it back to the 90s. NBC.
So they're letting PJ, because PJ calls games on ESPN Radio for a lot of NBA games. So they're letting him do this game for the night. Good for them. Yeah, I like that.
So if you tune in tonight, you will see kind of a back in time version of the NBC broadcast of NBA. So Sixers and Spurs should be a fun matchup. No Embiid, obviously. But, it would have been nice to see Wemby versus Embiid when Embiid dropped 70 just a couple of years ago on Wemby, how things have changed at this point with the Sixers and the Spurs since then. I'm sure that was the thinking surrounding this, but, you'll probably get a Spurs win tonight.
Well, I think you might be looking at a team that could win the NBA championship, by the way. I mean, the Spurs have put themselves on that level now where they are a legitimate top three contender. Oklahoma City, the Spurs, probably Denver and Detroit, possibly if you want to throw Boston into the mix now that they're going to get it looks like they're going to get Tatum back.
Yep, Cleveland's in the mix, obviously. I guess we could throw the Knicks in there if you want to throw them in there. But Yeah, man. I saw this. I was like, it's pretty cool. I got to never experience this live. I've only seen replays of this kind of crew from the past in the 90s. So it'd be pretty cool, I think.
Yeah, NBC, has done a really good job with the NBA. I was listening to a podcast about this today. One thing about the NBA, the ratings are like record right now. The ratings are through the roof for the NBA. One guy was suggesting that you don't need the league pass anymore because there's a game on everywhere all the time. I mean, you could flip on Amazon Prime. There's a game. NBC has a game. ESPN has a game. I mean, there's just so many games on now that none of them feel very special. But NBC has done a good job of trying to make these games feel a little different.
Yeah, and I think Chuck has a case of the Schwein and can't find where the games are. He might be a little old school, not know where they're at.
Hey, listen, they are all in the streaming services here, there. Peacock has a game, although I have YouTube TV, so the game that's on Peacock is on YouTube TV through NBC Sports Network.
I've had no issues this year. No issues. Yeah, I got a smart TV. Chuck might have a dumb TV, like the Schwein on the weekend. You got to just upgrade to the smart TVs. That's all.
Yeah, I'm good. I got them.
I'm good. I know. You're fine. You usually have a pretty decent handle on that type of stuff.
Yeah. I'm hip, man. I'm
there
game.
You go. Good. All right, Mike. Those are the nuggets. A little 3-pack for you today.
Yeah. So
Durso can handle the puck.
No Flyers nugget today. Did you see this nugget? We just talked about it with Adam Caplan for the Football at 4. I thought you would enjoy this nugget. Did you see this nugget? So Byron Young, who plays for the Eagles, he's a defensive tackle. They got him off of waivers 2 years ago from the Raiders.
Right.
Okay. We talked about this earlier in the show. I just brought it up with Adam. He didn't know about it. I don't know if you heard this. The Raiders drafted the wrong Byron Young. They meant to draft the one that plays for the Rams. They called the wrong guy, and they had to cut him because he wasn't really a third-round level player.
I missed this.
Yeah, so they drafted Byron Young from Alabama. They meant to draft Byron Young from Tennessee. Well, the one from Tennessee, he plays for the Rams. And he's a double-digit sack guy. Did we have Byron Young on the show at the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
If I would have known this story, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm talking about this for the third time today. I'm like, wait a second. We had Byron Young on the show. I wish I could have asked him, hey, do you know that the Raiders meant to draft you, but they called the wrong Byron Young? Did you know this story?
No, I never heard this story. This is unbelievable.
So they texted the agent of the Tennessee Byron Young and said, we're about to draft you. And then they called the Alabama Byron Young, and that was the guy they ended up picking. Well, he didn't even make the team. He was a third-round pick. He got cut. And a lot of people were saying, man, they kind of reached on this guy. Well, it turns out they drafted the wrong one.
This is why they're picking number one.
Is that a fireable offense?
I would say so. Hey, you gotta do your due diligence. You gotta check everything. Cross your T's, dot your I's. Come on, man.
It's my favorite story of the day.
That is
all
awesome.
right. There's the Nuggets today. Don't forget Sixers tonight right here on 97.3 ESPN. Nuggets are back tomorrow on the Sports Bash. Thanks, Nick.
Later.
All right, there you go. Nick's Nuggets, as always, right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. And don't forget to hit us up on the White Horse RV text board. White Horse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. All right, we got an open hour for you coming up. Hit us up on the text board. We want to read and react to your text messages on the other side. Sixers, Spurs tonight. Flyers win, third in a row. Eagles free agency. Phillies, of course, in spring training action. Some Phillies stuff on the way. We just talked about Alec Boehm. I want to dive into that a little bit deeper as well. Me and you hanging out in the final hour coming up next right here on the Sports Bash. 5 o'clock, driving you home, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Good to have you with us. All right, last hour of the show. Let's have a little fun on this one. I'm going to give you my Phillies lineup. We were just talking about it with Nuggets. Give me your Phillies lineup. Because Team USA is batting Harper second and Schwarber fourth today. What would your Phillies lineup be? Because after seeing Harper 2 and Schwarber 4, Nuggets and I started to kind of throw some lineups around, and most of the lineups that I've seen have been pretty status quo. You know, you got Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, and then Marsh and Garcia, JT, Stott, Crawford. And then some people have Stott, JT, Crawford, if you want to break up the two lefties. So most of the lineups that we have seen have been pretty similar there. But the lineup that I threw out there would be to put Bohm possibly in the 3 spot or the 2 spot. What do you guys think about that? Hit me up on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. I like to have a fun little Phillies segment out there. I know the Phillies, by the way, they played today against Tampa Bay. I think they lost again. They have not played very well during the preseason. Not that that really matters, the exhibition season, if you will. One of the things from today, the takeaways from today, if you want to just get a couple of quick nuggets on the game today, they lost 3-1. They did have Justin Crawford hit in the leadoff spot today. He did have a hit early in the game. He was 1 for 4. Really, they only scored the 1 run. Brandon Marsh did have a hit in the game. Arun Escobar, he was a guy to keep an eye on. He is one of the Phillies' newer top prospects now that, some guys have been traded. It's a new year. Arun Escobar played second base today. He went 1 for 3 with a double and drove in the only run of the day. Scored the only run of the day, I should say, for the Phillies. The other part that you want to take a look at is the pitching staff, and you're wondering which pitchers today were some guys that I looked at. Well, Seth Johnson pitched an inning and 2/3 today, had a strikeout. Hoffman pitched an inning and a third, gave up a couple of hits. Really, McCambly, who's a Rule 5 guy, he's going to be interesting. We were talking about this, Jeff Kerr and I, on the Phillies Daily podcast that we do. You can check that out on YouTube and on the X platform. McCambly's a guy who's a Rule 5, and for those of you who don't really understand the Rule 5 situations, you have to keep them on the roster for the full season. Otherwise, you have to offer them back to the team that he came from. So McCambly came from Miami. The Phillies picked him up. He is a right-handed pitcher, bullpen guy. If he makes the team, he has to stay on the roster the whole year. That would be an interesting guy to say, you know what, we like him enough that we want to keep him here. That means somebody would get bounced from potentially the bullpen. So keep an eye on Zach McCambly. He did pitch today in the game for the Phillies, and he's had a pretty good spring, actually. He pitched an inning today, had a strikeout, 2.25 ERA. He's definitely an interesting arm. He could be a guy that makes the team for that reason. I don't think he's one of the 8 best pitchers that are in competition for the bullpen, but he could be a guy that makes it because of that. 609-403-0973. Tim in Summers Point says Turner, Bohm, Harper, Schwarber, Garcia, JT, Marsh, Stott, Crawford. So that one's similar to the one that I gave Tim. He went with Bohm in the 2-hole. I had Bohm in the 3-hole or the 2-hole. I would be cool with Bohm hitting 2 I'd rather Bohm hit 2 or 3 over hitting 4th.
I mean, because he does have a history of driving runs in, he obviously has a lot of appeal for a lot of people higher up. Could there be maybe an argument you feel for anyone else to be maybe higher up in the lineup aside from Bohm?
Well, as we look at this, I wouldn't mind seeing Crawford or Stott hit higher in the lineup. The problem is they hit left-handed. And I think that is one of – now, Crawford against lefties in the minor leagues excelled. Do you anticipate that he's going to come up? No, he had a hit off a lefty today, a tough lefty too, by the way, McClanahan.
Sidewinder.
Do we think that Crawford's going to come up to the majors and hit lefties at the same level that he did in the minors? I mean, if that's the case, do you care if you have three lefties at the top of the lineup? I mean, you got Schwarber, who hits lefties very well, and you have Harper, who, handles lefties fine. I mean, he's not
he's not Tony Gwynn.
Right, but I'm saying, those are your three those two are your best two hitters. Schwarber hits lefties and righties. So does it bother you if you have three lefties in the top of the lineup if they all hit lefties?
I mean, theoretically it doesn't. I just think that there might be an opportunity to do something different. Would you like me to give you my lineup?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I just want to expand on this real quick, though.
Yeah.
I like Bohm any spot in the order but 1, 4, or 5. If you told me Bohm is hitting 6th, great. If you told me Bohm is hitting 7th, tremendous. If you told me Bohm is hitting 8th, awesome. If he was hitting 2nd, cool. 3rd, I just don't want to see him hit 4th or 5th. Those are two spots where you need to have a little bit more pop, a little bit more power. The one thing I like about Bohm is he will put the ball in play. He will drive runners in with runners in scoring position. He's gap to gap. He'll hit 285. He'll drive in 95 runs. And he'll do that hitting in the 3-hole. And if he has Kyle Schwarber hitting behind him, how much more can you get from Bohm? Because Bohm, quite frankly, he's never had anybody protecting him in the lineup either.
No. And obviously the whole lineup was a flawed fiasco for a few years there because you signed Castellanos with a theory he was going to do something and he never delivered, except for one series in the postseason.
So you have a situation where what if you put Bohm in front of Schwarber and see what that does for Bohm?
I mean, I don't hate it. I think that's, especially considering the fact that you mentioned that Harper and Schwarber can both be lefties who hit lefties. Now, that's not what I would do. My crazy lineup, or maybe not crazy. You can decide how crazy this is, Mike. I want to go Crawford number 1. Trey Turner number 2. Harper, Schwarber 3, 4. So now you're putting Schwarber into that cleanup hitter hole. Garcia 5, Marsh 6, Bohm 7, Stott 8, Real Muto 9.
I don't hate it if Crawford does what he did in the minor leagues. I mean, if he comes up here and shows that he can handle, and that gives you him at the top of the lineup, it pushes everybody back one.
Right.
That is cool with me. I'd be pretty shocked if they did that on opening day.
Oh, I would fall over. I'd faint if they actually did it. I'm just, to me, I love the idea of let's push everyone down a spot because the idea was kind of put into my head a couple of weeks ago when I was talking with Jeff Kerr, and he was saying, the 2008 Phillies went out of their way to lengthen their lineup. They didn't have all their best hitters 1, 2, 3. So it kind of got me thinking. I was like, well, how would the Phillies go about lengthening their lineup while still putting guys in a position that makes sense?
Yeah, and the one thing they could do possibly, too, is think about using Stott in that situation. Now, the problem with Stott would be he doesn't play every single day.
That and also it kind of feels like an experiment that didn't go as you had hoped.
Yeah, they hit him leadoff last year, and he got off to a good start in the leadoff spot, and then he kind of cooled off.
He had a 2-week run where he was really good, and then after that, I was like,
Yeah, by the way, Team USA is beating the Giants 12-1 right now. This is the World Baseball Classic, kind of an exhibition game. The Phillies are going to play Team Canada tomorrow. So USA is getting a warm-up against the Giants. The Phillies get to play Canada, kind of a different
vibe.
I heard that Philippe Almont, Remember him?
Yeah.
I heard he's on the Canadian team.
Is he really?
Yes.
That's wild.
Somebody was telling me when I was having this conversation.
Can you imagine if someone hits a home run off of him?
Can I imagine someone hitting a home run off Philippe Aumont? Of course. He stinks.
But I mean, like, wouldn't it be funny to like have one of the Phillies hit a home run off him and be like,
I don't know why that would be surprising.
Well, to
That's
me,
all
it'd
he
just
did
be-
was give up home runs.
To me, it would just be funny because he was such a waste in that trade.
Yeah, I don't find a lot of humor in that. I would find that to be pretty normal. That Philippe Aumont would give him. By the way, Philippe Aumont hasn't pitched in 10 years.
At least.
Somebody told me that he was pitching. Who it was? Jeff Kerr that we were talking about this the other day on the podcast because he was saying that J.C. Romero's pitching for a team. I said, J.C. Romero hasn't. He pitched on the 08 Phillies. You're telling me J.C. Romero is pitching in the World Baseball Classic? I don't know how you feel about the WBC, but is Aumont on a team?
He is. He is on Team Canada.
Are they any good? Who else is on that team?
I'm trying to find if I recognize this. I don't recognize some of these names. Like I've never heard of. I've never heard of Antoine Jean. I mean, Cal Quantrill's on the team.
I was going to say, normally you get like
James Paxton
from the Mariners.
Jameson Taillon's pitching for Team Canada.
Okay.
Did not expect that. Michael Soroka, the former Braves pitcher, he's on the team.
How old is Philippe Aumont now? I mean, he was in the trade for people who are like, who are you talking about? Remember Philippe Aumont? He was in the trade for Cliff Lee. You're going all the way back to like 2009 when he was in that trade for Cliff Lee. Is J.C. Romero on a team?
He's 36 years old, by the way.
Philippe Aumont? Okay, he's not that old then. But he hasn't pitched in the majors in, it's been a while for him. I do not recognize I don't think I recognize Josh Naylor. I recognize him from the Mariners.
Bo Naylor's on the team too.
I don't recognize anybody on this team. Man. And the Phillies, so they play Canada tomorrow. That's their warm-up game. The Team USA is playing today against the Giants. They're beating them 12-1. The American team lineup is loaded. I mean, their lineup is crazy loaded. Phil and Brigantine goes Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Garcia, Marsh, JT, Stott, Crawford. It says take the heat off Bohm hitting cleanup. If Crawford starts hitting with his speed, he can make the leap, even leadoff. So he's where I'm at. He has Bohm hitting in the 3 spot between Harper and Schwarber. And my reasoning is you can't have Bohm hit 4. We've already seen this fail. Can you maximize Bohm and get more out of him by having him protected by Schwarber? That is the theory there.
Right.
If you hit him 3 and Schwarber hits behind him. The other thing would be have him hit 2. You have Harper hitting behind him, and then you have Schwarber behind Harper. But then the other side of the argument is, well, then Schwarber has nobody hitting behind him because then the fall-off goes to Garcia. And there's the problem.
By the way, J.C. Romero was not on a World Baseball Classic team this year. He was on Team Puerto Rico in 2009, 2013, and 2017, but he is not on the team this year.
Okay. Well, then I got bad information on that one.
I don't even recognize half the guys on the Puerto Rico team either.
So Bohm, by the way, we were talking about this earlier. Bohm's best spot in the lineup in his career, and it's not quite close, has been the 3-hole. Now, if you remember when Harper got hurt the one year, he hit in the 3-hole.
Right.
And he performed outstanding. That is by far Bohm's best numbers have been in the 3-hole.
So, again, just to remind everybody, we're talking about the idea of a Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, right?
Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, yes. Bohm in the 3-hole, 293, 12 homers, 60 RBI in 99 games. So they are by far his best numbers come out of the 3-hole. That has been his most productive spot. After that, it would be the 4-hole, which is he has hit the most in his career. And obviously, he has not done a lot in that. spot in the lineup. So the 3-hole is where he has had the most production in his career.
By the way, as a useless information note, because I'm still looking through some of these rosters, I think that outside of the USA team, Puerto Rico might have the most famous coaching staff. Their coaching staff is like, if these guys were in their prime, because their coaching staff is the manager's Yadier Molina. Their hitting coach is Juan Gonzalez. Their other hitting coach is Edgar Martinez. Their first base coach is Sandy Alomar Jr.
Wow.
Their third base coach is, remember Joey Cora?
I do.
Like, this, can those guys be in their prime? Puerto Rico would be the favorite to win.
Well, USA's got a pretty, their pitching coach is like Andy Pettit.
That's what I'm saying. Aside from Team probably get the second most famous coaching staff.
All right, so Paul from Millville's got Turner, Harper, Realmuto, Schwarber, Garcia, Marsh, Bohm, Stott, Crawford. And I don't know that you're going to hit Realmuto in the 3-hole. He's the difference is, Bohm is a guy who's driven in 100 runs. I mean, he's driven in 97 runs.
2 straight years.
2 straight years. So Bohm will do 2 things. He hits well with runners in scoring position, and he drives runners in. And he'll hit for a good average. He's not going to hit for power, but nobody. People are acting like, you're going to put Bohm with his 10 home runs in the 3-hole? Do you have anybody else on this team that's going to hit more than 15 home runs? Because I can't find anybody. I got Turner, I got Harper, and I got Schwarber. After that, who on this team is hitting 15 to 20 home runs? Nobody.
Well, it's not Realmuto.
It's not Realmuto. The only possible guy would be Garcia that might be able to hit 20 to 25 homers. So with the information that I have there, somebody has to hit either 4 or 3. So for me, I would say, you know what? Bohm is a guy who hits 280. He'll drive in 97 to 100 runs. Why not protect him with Schwarber? And maybe I get a better version of Bohm. Instead of trying to have Bohm protect Schwarber, now I have Schwarber suffering, or Harper, and I get a lesser Bohm. Let's try to maximize Bohm and get more out of him. I mean, other than that, you're going to hit, Garcia in the 4-hole and just take your chances with that and hope that he's the guy that hit 30 home runs a couple of years ago? I don't see that happening.
I mean, I think he can do it, but I think that he's going to be able to do it in this lineup because they're not going to ask him to do that. You know what I mean? Like, they're not going to ask Garcia to carry the offense, so it'll probably be a better guy on this team than he was last year in Texas, where they were asking him to be more, and he just couldn't do it.
Well, I mean, the problem would be anybody who hits in the 4-hole here is going to lack protection behind them.
Right.
Right? And Garcia's a guy who's going to strike out a ton.
Yes.
Something Bohm does not do nearly as much. He's not a guy who strikes out at the level of Castellanos.
He's never been that guy.
Or Garcia. Those guys strike out on a way different level than Alec Bohm does. Listen, the Phillies lineup is flawed. They are still, as Harper said, I thought we were going to go out and get a right-handed bat. They didn't go out and get that right-handed bat. So now you're playing the Rubik's Cube game. But you look at Alec Bohm, last year he struck out 82 times. The year before that, 86 times. The year before that, 94 times. That's way different than a guy like Castellanos or Garcia. So you put that guy, and I said I'd hit him in the 2-hole. You put Bohm in the 2-hole and have Harper hit behind him and then have Schwarber hit behind Harper and go that way. You okay with that?
I can work with that. Because, again, it's about stop trying to do the same thing. Let's try to do something different.
Yeah.
Let's try to get some more out of this lineup, out of this team. Like, because at the end of the day, whether they win 88 games or 98 games, it's how they win those games that matter. Because how you win those games is going to give you a level of confidence. By the way, Team USA wins 13-1 at the end of the 7th inning. So,
are they calling it?
I thought they were.
10-run rule?
I thought they were going to call it, but then they actually didn't. Well, they were all like high-fiving each other after the inning, so I was kind of confused there for a minute. But
they're just happy. That's called they like each other, Josh. High-fiving. It's not doesn't mean the game is over when you high-five each other. It just generally means that maybe they had a good inning.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
What I was saying before is that I think for a lot of people, especially I'll throw myself in there, for us who want to see the Phillies do well, we just want to see them do it differently, and we want to see if they can play at a different level, because then when you go into the postseason, you have a different level of belief.
Yeah. Well, listen, they don't have – the one thing would be somewhere down the road, I would imagine the first half of the season, you see what Crawford does, and if Crawford shows that he can handle – big league pitching, and he's going to hit, 290, 310. I doubt he's going to hit 310, because if he hits 310, he's going to win the batting title. Right. I mean, last year, the batting title was a guy hit 307. So do we think that Justin Crawford's going to go up here and win the batting title as a rookie? I doubt it. So I got to imagine he'll probably hit somewhere in the two. What would be a number for Crawford? 260?
The number I threw out there was 280. I think that if he has a year where he hits 280, you're happy, right?
I mean, yeah, you're thrilled if he hits 280, but again, this is a guy who hit 340 last year
in the minors.
So
yeah.
What does 340 translate to in the
right?
big leagues?
What is the deductible on that?
Seriously, if you are
is it 50 off? Is that like the drop? I don't know.
I literally don't even think I have a guess. If you were to say, all right,
something.
If you hit three, what did he hit last year in at AAA? I got to get his numbers at the AAA level, because I want to make sure that we're on the right number here. If you look at what he hit at AAA,
he hit 334 last year.
Okay, so 334. I said 340. So 334. I mean, 307 was the batting title.
Right.
So you're talking about almost a 30-point drop. I can't sit here and think that anybody listening is going to win the batting title. Right? Is Justin Crawford going to come up and hit and win the batting title? Doubtful. By the way, 304 to win a batting title is embarrassing. It's sad. So you got to think that Crawford, you're hoping for about 270, 275, somewhere in that range. If he does that for the first half of the year, maybe you consider moving him to the top half of the lineup, but they're not going to hit him in the top half of the lineup to start the season. By the way, Crawford last year had a 334 batting average. He had a 411 on-base percentage. And to add to that, he hit lefties. So you're talking about a guy that's probably going to play, not probably, is going to play every day. He will hit against lefties and righties. Last year against lefties, he hit 376. His on-base was 411. Against righties, he hit 324, and his on-base was 411. So he hit lefties, he hit righties. So you got to imagine, I don't know, what are you hoping for, 275 out of him?
So I know it's not an apples-to-apples comparison, but I went a few years back. So Jose Miranda led all of AAA in batting average in 2021 with a 343, okay? His next year as a rookie at the major league level, he was 268. So he went from 343 to 268. So that's what, a 343, 268. That's almost like 80
points.
Right. So I think we all think that Crawford's probably a better prospect than Jose Miranda, right?
I hope so.
So maybe it's not 80 points. Maybe it's 50 points. So a 50-point drop from 334 is what, 280, right?
I guess. I mean, that's a big difference. By the way, a guy like, for instance, Nick Kurtz, now he's different because he's a power hitter. He had 321 in the minor leagues last year at AAA. He came up to the majors and hit 290. So even he dropped 30 points going from AAA to the big leagues. So you bring him down 30 points, Crawford, I mean, you're at 300. He wins again. He drops down 30 points, going to win the batting title. I don't see that happening. So we'll see. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. What do you got?
I was going to say, that's why I said, to me, if we go off of 50 points and we go 280.
Yeah. No, I'm saying, I guess the number for me would be about 270, 275 for Crawford. Is that what you're hoping for? Now, you're hoping that on-base percentage is maybe like 350, 360, and that's very good if you're hitting in the 9-hole, which is where he'll probably hit. Where would you hit Bohm, everybody? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Phils today, they lose to Tampa 3-1.
Got another example for you really quick. Jake Cronenworth went from 334 his final year AAA. His first year at the Major Leagues, 285. So
Jake Cronenworth. Where'd you find him at? Why'd you think of him?
I'm literally just going, who led the minor leagues in batting each year? So I'm literally just going year by year.
What would the Phillies bullpen look like? We just told you about one player that might make the team even though he doesn't deserve it. We'll take a look at the bullpen because that could be the strength of the team. We'll do that coming up next. 5:32. Good to be back. I'm still not over the jet lag, and somebody texted in. So just when I get over the jet lag, daylight savings time is coming up this weekend, right? Is it this weekend?
It's either this Sunday or next. Let me double check.
Next Sunday, the 8th.
This Sunday.
Is that this Sunday, the 8th?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This Saturday's the 7th. That's how I know.
I'm out. I'm lost on days, time. I don't know what day it is.
Today's Tuesday.
A lot of text messages on the
Sixers
White Horse
play
IV text board. I do know that. By the way, D.D. Gregorius is on Team Netherlands.
Good for Team Netherlands?
Just saying, there's a lot of former Phillies playing in the World Baseball Classic. I like some of these teams that are obviously not very good, where they get these guys. Like Garrett Stubbs plays for Israel. There's another guy, I think, Max Lazar from the Phillies. He's on Israel.
Yeah.
609-403-0973.
How does that conversation go? Hey, I have a relative from like
pretty
100
much
years ago.
Yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much how it works.
Is that so? Like, does Team Israel run like 23andMe for everybody and just like
I think all of them, like Team Italy,
send out letters like, "Hello, Aaron Nola. We are here to let you know that we found that you have relatives from Italy from 1850. Would you like to play for us?"
That's essentially, I think, all you need to prove. The Italian team, who's on that team? Go ahead and read that roster. It's pretty funny because it's basically like, I would like to play in the WBC, but I can't play, for USA. So if I want to do it, I got to go find like some heritage and go play on this team. I would like. Do they have like Mike Piazza DHing for them? Isn't he the manager? Wasn't he the manager?
I think he's the manager. I haven't gotten that far up. So Michael Lorenzen, former Philly. There you go. We mentioned Aaron Nola. He's on the team. Trying to find
Aaron Nola. That's right. Forgot about that.
That's what I said first.
Isn't there another guy from the Phillies on Italy?
Michael Lorenzen.
No, that's on the current Phillies
current
team.
Phillies. Let's see here. I'm scrolling through the roster. John Birdie's on the team.
Birdie. That's
your boy. Vinny Pasquantino.
Okay, Kansas City.
Yep. Let's see here. Jack Caglione.
But some of these, that's a good player. He was a good college player.
Phillies Dante Nori.
There you go. I was going to say,
prospect.
I knew there was a second guy from the Phillies. I saw the two Team Italy things. But all these kind of like...
Oh, your manager is Francisco Cervelli. Remember him?
Gotcha, yeah. Catcher. All of these, like the Phillies are playing Great Britain. Not the Phillies. Team USA's first game is against Great Britain.
Right.
Scooble's pitching against Great Britain. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that whole story is just ridiculous.
He could throw right-handed against that
I was
team.
listening to Passon talk about this the other day about how, it's stupid that, the Tigers are you're only allowed to pitch one game in the WBC.
But you would say, if I'm going to pitch one game, let it be one of the knockout round games.
Right.
I don't want to pitch against Great Britain.
Pitch Kershaw against Great Britain.
You can go find a high school kid to pitch against Great Britain.
You can pitch against Great Britain.
My shoulders bother.
Maybe a little too far. By the way, former cup of coffee with the Phillies, Sal Fasano, is the bullpen coach for Team Italy. How about that?
Great handlebar mustache.
He's
Dan
still
in
got a
EHC
good handlebar. Look at this picture.
Says it's an interesting with the Phillies lineup. Top four hitters are clearly Harper, Schwarber, Turner, Bohm. I feel that it shouldn't be so difficult. Just obviously there is. They are the first four. Listen, I think it's 100% that they're going to be the first four. Dan, I think we're just looking for a tweak or a way to kind of shake it up a little bit because we all know, and Harper has come out and said it, that he was hoping that the team would go out and get better protection for him. He said, I thought we were going to go out and get a right-handed bat. So that's him saying, I don't want Bohm hitting behind me. Now, that would be counterproductive to put Bohm in the 3-hole behind Harper in the 2-hole. So you could possibly go with Schwarber 2, Bohm 3, Harper 4. The problem is Harper doesn't want to hit 4. He wants to hit 3. And that's been one of the stories today is that he's hitting 2 in this lineup. Well, I guess he's willing to hit 2 when he's got Aaron Judge hitting behind him. I don't think the Phillies have Aaron Judge signing up anytime soon.
By the way, another former Philly for you. On Team Great Britain is Vance Worley.
Yes, there you go. The Vanimal.
Still rocking the glasses in this picture.
How old is Vance Worley?
Find out.
I mean, You got to be kidding me. Where'd they find some of these guys? Like, how did
38.
Jeez. Like, how do they know? Hey, you know what? Vance Worley's still kicking around. Maybe he'd be interested in coming out and pitching for the WBC.
By the way, Dylan Covey's their best pitcher.
That's bad. And he's pitching for what? Great Britain?
I'm on the Great Britain's roster right now. I'm trying to find former Phillies on these rosters.
Dylan Covey.
How is Jazz Chisholm on Great Britain?
I thought he was from the Bahamas.
He is from the Bahamas.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean it doesn't automatically mean you have British heritage. You know what I mean?
They got three. They got 1, 2, 3, 4. They got 4 guys. 5. They got 5 guys from the Bahamas on their roster. You see that?
Trace Thompson is their outfielder.
I love it. Well, I will say real quick on the WBC. I feel like there's got to be a better way to do this. I think it can be something, but I'm just not into it. Should I be more into it? Like, can somebody out there sell me that I should be more into the WBC?
I mean, for me, I have an interest just because of I like baseball, but I mean, I'm not like excited. I'm not jumping up and down being like, go Team USA.
Yeah, I feel like Australia, awful. Brazil, horrendous. Canada, terrible. I can't imagine Colombia is very good. The Czech Republic, I got to imagine, is not very good at baseball. Great Britain, horrible. Israel, terrible.
Going
Italy,
through Israel
awful.
right now, yeah, it's Max Lazar, Garrett Stubbs. Trying to see if there's anybody else from the Phillies on the Team Israel.
So of all these, no, there's just Stubbs and Lazar. Of all these teams, the only teams that are halfway.
Former Philly, Harrison Bader
is on
Team Israel.
Oh, wow. So Venezuela is probably decent, but the problem is nobody's playing on the team because of the insurance problem.
Right.
Really, how many of these teams are viable? 3, 4?
I would say probably 4. It's probably the U.S., Japan, Puerto Rico, and one other. I haven't looked at Team Cuba yet.
So this tournament, to me, loses a lot of luster. That's all. I want to be into it. I want to be excited. But I'm looking at these rosters and thinking, I got Vance Worley pitching. I got Philippe Aumont pitching. I got Didi Gregorius playing shortstop. What are we doing here? Can we do something to make this thing a little bit better?
Team Cuba stinks. I'm moving on to the next team.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I hear exactly what you're saying.
Can we figure out a way to maybe make this like a 4 nations thing, where you get the best 4 teams?
Now you're picking on something.
And well, what you do is you do a 4 nations thing and play it during the All-Star break.
Like if you didn't make the All-Star team, you were on the 4 nations.
Pretty much. Like you have the
so
All-Star
the All-Star
game.
game is Tuesday, and then they play Wednesday.
Well, yeah, there's only 4 teams, so you can basically play like the semis on one night, and then the next night you play the finals.
Maybe you play the semis the same night as home run derby.
Right, I would say Monday night you play the semis, Tuesday night you play the All-Star game, Wednesday night you play the finals, everybody's off Thursday, and then you come back and play Friday. I don't need to see the Netherlands playing, Canada. There's nothing there for me.
I don't think Canada wants to see them playing the Netherlands either.
Andrew Jones is the manager of the Netherlands. How about that? You are finding Jair Jurgens. You remember him?
Yeah.
From the Braves? I mean, you're finding some fun names in this thing, at least.
I mean, Julio Teheran's on one of the teams. By the way, I think I found your 4th team. Might be Dominican Republic. Here's some of your pitchers. How about former Phillies pitcher Sir Anthony Dominguez?
They're usually pretty good. The one problem that they have is, again, not every well, I know the Venezuelan team had a problem with the insurance.
Yeah, they have some insurance. By the way, Carlos Estevez is also on your pitching staff.
No, the Dominican team's good. You've got Vlad Guerrero, Perdomo, Manny Machado, Carlos Santana, Ketel Marte, O'Neal Cruz. That team's loaded. They got Fernando Tatis, Julio Rodriguez, Juan Soto. I mean, that team's loaded.
Also, Gregory Soto.
Now, I don't know who the pitchers are on that team. That
telling
might be
you.
their problem. Sandy Alcantara,
Christopher
Brian Bayo.
Sanchez. Christopher
Sanchez.
There's one,
Carlos
two.
Estevez.
I said him earlier.
Luis Severino. Okay, so they've got to actually.
They got some dudes.
That's a good team. All right. That's a fun team to watch. So if you want to check out somebody, that would be a good one.
Who's on this coaching staff? Like, I'm actually more interested in who most of the coaches are.
Yeah.
Their manager's Albert Pujols.
Yeah, that's a good team.
He's a good manager.
Well, that all starts when? I know they're playing some exhibition games today and tomorrow. When do they start, this weekend?
Yeah, let me look it up.
So I want to go to the Phillies bullpen thing real fast. Duran closing. Keller in the 8th. Alvarado in the 7th. Or flip-flop, depending on who's up to bat. Kerkering and Tanner Banks will be your lefty-righty guys in the 6th. So you got Duran, Keller, Alvarado, Kerkering, Banks, that's 5.
Right.
Bolin, 6. I imagine Backus would make it.
They want Backus to make it. I was talking about this while you were gone. They keep featuring Backus on like social media clips. Like, it's almost like the social media team was told, this guy's probably making a team. You can go ahead and put him in the social media clips.
Well, that's 7 if he makes it. Then you got Zach Pop, Max Lazar, Seth Johnson. Now, Pop's interesting because he's out of options.
Correct.
So he might make the team because he doesn't have any more options.
Right.
But that goes back to the Rule 5 kid. Does he make it because they don't want to send him back and they keep him and give him a shot? That would be something to keep an eye on, too. So you got to watch that. Then you got Nolan Hoffman, Seth Johnson. Those are guys. Zach McCambley, by the way, he's the guy we were talking about as the Rule 5 guy.
The Seth Johnson.
You got Chase Sugar. You've got Bryce Wilson. Now, I think Wilson will go to AAA because I think they'll stretch him out to be a starter in the event that somebody gets hurt. You got Tim Meza. You've got Michael Mercado. I can't imagine he makes it. He'll probably go be a starter at AAA. Daniel Robert, he was up here last year. I imagine he goes down. Lou Trevino, he's more of a veteran pitcher. But you do have a lot of guys battling in that bullpen there that you'll see over the last, 3 weeks of spring training here, all battling really for like one spot.
So the first full day of pool play for the WBC is going to be Friday.
This Friday.
Apparently, most of the games are on FS1 or Fox. But if you
they're all on FS1 and Fox. The whole WBC is on Fox. Yeah.
So USA plays Brazil on Friday.
Yeah, they play Great Britain, Brazil. Their pool is very weak.
Japan plays Chinese Taipei the same day.
I can't imagine they're very good either.
Cuba versus Panama. Netherlands versus Venezuela, or what is left of Venezuela. Mexico versus Great Britain. Puerto Rico versus Colombia. Nicaragua versus Dominican Republic. Nicaragua's going to get killed. USA versus Brazil. And then I don't know who this is playing the Czech Republic. I don't know what this pronunciation guide is.
The name of the country?
Well, it's got a weird, I don't know what the letters mean together.
Interesting. Hey, it's Mike Gill for my friends at Branches Outreach. I met everybody over there. The mission is something that I'm very interested in. They provide food, clothing, personal care items, and compassionate support for individuals and families experiencing homelessness in K-May County. In the past year, the Branch Outreach has welcomed over 10,000 guests into their outreach center. Think about that. 10,000 guests in Cape May County and served more than 12,000 meals for those in need. Imagine if you did not have enough food to eat or a place to sleep when it's cold outside, especially this winter. That's why they could use your help. The Branch's outreach is privately funded through your donations from people all over the area. Your support is needed year-round. They also will accept donations of food and personal care items during the week from 9 a.m. to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach spot in Rio Grande. And I am urging you to give your support and donate today to help my friends at Branches Outreach. Your donations, small and large, especially during code blue winters like we're having right now with all the snow, are needed and appreciated. You can follow them on Facebook at Branches Outreach or visit them online at branchesoutreach.org to learn more at branchesoutreach.org. All right, we close out the show. Coming up next. All right, 5:52, getting ready to get out of here tonight. We got Sixers tonight at 7. I hope I can stay awake for tonight's game. It's another 8 o'clock tip, which means 8:10. I'm struggling, man.
You are struggling. You going to be all right? You got to make it through the week?
I'll tell you what, it's been rough. And that guy texting in about the daylight savings time, that's not helping. So Sixers tonight, no Embiid, no Kelly Oubre. They'll probably win tonight.
Right. And you'll probably fall asleep watching it.
Well, tonight they play the Spurs. Tomorrow night they play the Jazz. The Jazz are tanking. Now, I had a guy tell me before there's no tanking, and that I was crazy for talking about tanking. Meanwhile, the commissioner and everybody in the world is trying to figure out how to combat the tanking. Well, speaking of tanking, if you don't think there's tanking,
go watch
sorry
a Jazz
for you.
game.
Go watch a Jazz play and ask a question. Is anybody tanking? The Jazz are tanking. Tomorrow night, you'll see the Jazz. They have lost 6 straight.
The Jazz are taking so hard that if someone says who's tanking, they are the first to put their hand up in the class.
The sad part is they're not even the worst tanker in the league right now.
Not anymore, no.
Not even close. Sacramento's got 4 less wins than them. Indiana's got less wins. Brooklyn's got less wins. Washington's got less wins. Collectively, Washington's lost 5. Brooklyn's lost 8. Indiana's lost 6 straight.
Did you see Trae Young get kicked out of the game last night?
I did.
That was
14 and 5. The 19 losses straight for those 3 teams. In the West, Dallas has lost 3 in a row. New Orleans lost. The Jazz have lost 6 straight. Those 3 teams collectively have lost 10 straight games. I wonder if the teams are tanking or not.
I don't know. Got to tune in to find out.
The commissioner had to come out and say that they're going to change the whole draft process.
Right, the commissioner came out and said, we need to try harder.
Crazy. All right, that's it for us. Tomorrow, we're back. We'll look back at the Sixers-Spurs, get you ready for the Sixers and the Jazz. Phillies play Canada tomorrow. Philippe Aumont. They should let him start the game. That would be cool. That's the worst trade maybe ever. Philippe Aumont for Cliff Lee and a couple of other bag of balls. Have a great night, everybody.